Right. So the last thing that we did when we played Longdeath was we built this, which is pumping water from the above river here, up through this little pump stack, up into these rafters area, into the rafters area up here, and down into the fortress. It's the fortress tavern itself. Drainage isn't efficient enough and not fast enough, so I need to make drainage faster. So I think we're going to do, what I think we're gonna do here is we're gonna shut this thing off. We're in mid-autumn right now, and then make the drain for it bigger. Give it some more space on this side so it can kind of just run down. Maybe fill it out to about here, and give it a little bit more drainage space, because this was kind of tossed together just to make sure that it would work, and it is working, and it's working the way I wanted it to. But it's not quite efficient enough. I don't find those types of like random memes like I've never found lol so random humor particularly funny. Why is Ginger? So to me, I've never found any JoJo memes particularly amusing. To me, it's more just annoying because whenever I want to listen to Yes, people start making JoJo memes, and I really like Yes as a band separate from JoJo, and so to me, the memes just kind of ruined a band that I really like. So I kind of actually have a little bit of dislike for JoJo because of that. But everybody's favorite part of the show when I read the names. The current living dwarves are Pilot, Vimamel, Clevenair, Nanochip, Diamond Destruct, Dragon, Sideways, Axon, Don Caribou, Zindros, Stone, Massive, Ghost, Knowles, Jimmy Tibby, Defcom, Zetsuki, Laggy, Team Xeno, Do It, LaFonda, Rory, Volleylol, Bellinair, Cucumber, Blue Space Weeb, Arch, the second, Krakenzieg, Seeker, Whitcoat, and Lumpy. Krakenzieg's quite depressed. Bit of a problem. This dwarf is always constantly in state of internal rage and has an incredibly calm demeanor, which is hiding it, but he has a very difficult time liking or enjoying anything. We are on year 200 or 350, which actually threw me off when I went to load the world up. We're on year 350, meaning the fort is 345 years old. Athros, hello, happy Sunday. How are you do? Hope you've had a good weekend. I hope that you have had a good weekend. Oh, also, we are chaining up Krakenzieg right now for committing crimes of vandalism and beating up other people. So he's getting 29 days in prison. So we're going to find out if Krakenzieg likes prison right now. Or we're about to find out if Krakenzieg likes prison. You did have a dwarf at one point, yeah. I can't exactly remember what their demise is, but I know that they're dead, so. Oh, also, Seeker is throwing a tantrum. It's kind of a rough patch currently. I've got two dwarves that, like, this one might need to be expelled, Seeker, right here. We'll see what he's going to do. Depends on the crimes that are committed. Depends on the crimes that are committed. We will let the dwarves go, and it looks like he commit a crime. He appears to have punched a peahen and a crafts dwarf. Kicks the merchant in the head with her left foot, bruising this muscle. Ooh. So attacked one of the merchants, and beat up a peahen. So that's rough. It looks like Seeker's gonna get some more time in prison. Also looks like the tantrum is stopped, I think. Nope, still at the tantrum. So we'll just watch him. He is listening to his story, allegedly, so. Where did I put the lever for that? There it is. Let's shut this. Well, we'll leave it on for a bit. Bunch of crimes being reported, but they can't currently because my captain of the guard is currently chaining them up. I'm going to wait for all those reports to come in, though, so that we can get the proper charges against Seeker, because we're currently chaining up Krakenzieg. So this is either going to help both of them, or it's going to hurt both of them. Or it's going to hurt one of them and help the other one. It'll either help them or it'll hurt them, and we don't really know until they chain them up. I really likes being near a door, so that's good for Krakenzieg. Doesn't feel anything being confined. All right, so that's like not too bad, and he was near a door, and it's interesting. So I I mean, he's very interested by the splendid craftsmanship of the stuff around him, so that's good. But Athros, I'm glad to hear that you've been well. Of course, it's good to see you, as per usual. Plans for today is just, you know, because I watched the F1 race today, and then we had an emergency team meeting after that. So plan for today is to ramble about F1 and play Longdeath. And after I'm done playing Longdeath and rambling about F1, maybe play some other games, then continue to ramble about F1. That's my plan for the day. And if anybody wants to talk about other games, we can do that too. Also, in 4 days, this Thursday, at 5 p.m. Pacific, which is like in the middle of the goddamn night for most of you, the game advertisements happen, which is the Game Awards, where they give awards to very expensive, fancy games that don't deserve it. So if you want to hang out on Discord with me during that day and maybe have a beer or something, BYOB, and make a lot of fun of that might be fun. So, you know, if that's something that you're into, maybe show up for that. But I will definitely be putting here's and stuff on Discord when that's happening. And I mean, I could just screen share it on Discord, but I don't know exactly how we'll end up doing it. Probably just everybody watching it at the same time. So yeah, that's how we're gonna do that. I don't think I'm gonna stream that event. It's just too late in the day for me. Maybe if it was at like 2, I would stream it, but it's at 5. I'd rather stream until 5 and then just speak freely in a Discord rather than, you know, kind of having to shield my words a little bit. And then you guys can have your 2 cents too if you want. Or you just don't need to watch if you don't want to, because I know some people really don't give a shit about the Game Awards. And frankly, neither do I. I just think it's hilarious. So I will be there purely because I find it hilarious. All right. Disorderly conduct against Seeker. 9 witnesses of him beating up, punching somebody, kicking him in the head, and then beating up a peahen. So we'll let Matt, we'll see what Massive does. 29 days in prison for Seeker. All right, that's pretty good for Seeker, because Seeker likes being in prison, if I remember correctly. Rory, what's up? It's good to see you. I hope that you have been well. Happy Sunday. Sorry about the late start, but happy Sunday. The F1 race was so mixed that it ended with Hobo saying, and I quote, what was the last thing Hobo said? Fuck it, I'm going to the beach. Good race. Because he's also got a beach festival that he's going to right now, so he gets to go see Weezer today. So jealous. Jealous. You mean E3 thingamabob or anything of the sort, really? Yeah, no, I get you. Unless, like, they're showing Dwarf Fortress gameplay, which it's not happening. Interested after watching performance. I saw a dwarf tell the story of the ascension of Unub Lake's Sorb to the position of king of the ignited creation in the early spring of 306 at the simple dinner. That was when our king died and a new king rose from the death. Sounds like Hobo. What? Just fucking I'm going to the beach? Yeah. It was like, man, I wish I could go to the beach. It looks outside. There's like that much slush, half snow crap on the ground. Yeah, Canada. Also, mind, that is an adorable picture. That is an adorable picture. Holy shit. Check off topic on Discord. I don't really want to put it on stream, but check off topic on Discord. All right. Guilty after being confined. That sucks. All right, so it's a net negative for you. Do you like any particular statues or anything? Like gold, brown jasper, wild boar leather, the color gold, gems, shields, and Banshees of Steam for their horrifying features. This dwarf likes demons. Banshees of Steam for their horrifying features. Literally like demons from hell. You find in the deep underground. He likes them. Wait, what? What? I'm waiting. Who? What's up? How did he even learn about them? Mysteries and tales? It's fine. It's possible for like rumors and tales of mythical creatures to spread during World Gen. So it's very possible that Repentant, good. That's good for Seeker. You being guilty, that sucks. It is possible for dwarves to dig too deeply and too greedily and discover that stuff in World Gen. In fact, like one of my favorite things to discover is reclaiming old fortresses, which is something you can do. You can play in the AI generated fortresses. I need to sneeze. Hold up. I might need to sneeze again. Anyway, hopefully I don't. But Krakensieg is throwing a tantrum. That is awful. This Dwarf is probably just going to keep tantruming. I'm just curious if I can cheese something. But one of my favorite things is when you make a is when you reclaim an old fort and you dig really deep and you find like flooring built over a hole down into hell with engravings of demons next to it. I've seen that before in screenshots, and I've also seen it myself once. That is really neat when that happens. All right, so you want to attend a meeting. I'll remove my cheesiness here. Okay. Most of the photo of the record you got? Cool, 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 cool. Oh, damn. Yo-Yo Ma. Hell yeah. I got to see Yo-Yo Ma live twice. Beautiful cellist. I actually learned how to play some of the Bach cello suites at one point. Was never very good at them, but... was never particularly good at them, but I did play them. And always, chat, if you want to help the stream out, hosting the channel is something that you can do. Just go over to your channel and type in /host and then my channel's username. Alright. Still, like, kind of not convinced that these aren't going to overflow. But we are going to shut this off. Start expanding it. But first I need to turn the thing off. What we gotta do first. Looks like blue water's coming to pull the lever. It would cost me viewers? That's not how that works, but okay. I mean, you do you. Twitch has more or less made auto hosts ineffective, and hosting the channel does help. Well, I mean, you don't need to share. Thanks for your input on the system, Frost. Anonymous, thanks for the bit. Cheers. All right, so we're draining the top side out now. And Rory, thanks for the host. Top side is drained. Contained near a waterfall. Contained near a waterfall. It is helping the moods of the dwarves that are up here. Just nobody else, really. Just nobody else. I could also maybe redirect it over there as well, but I don't know how many these areas really need to be covered with water. The waterfalls are pretty efficient, though. I just need to wait for this to drain. I'm kind of hoping it doesn't freeze. But if it does, then that kind of just is what it is. But we need to just kind of expand the spacage of this. Thanks for the $1.11. Stupid. Cheers, man. Thanks for help keeping the stream funded. And kind of the problem is there's actually like 2 vents of water coming in here, and one of them is right there. So it's keeping this area fuller than this area, so it's actually kind of having trouble flowing through. So if we just kind of expand the amount of water that can flow into the drain, it'll be fine. But We got to do that once topside is drained out. There's still quite a bit more water that needs to come out of up here. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the bits that Stupid keeps chucking into my bank account? Cheers, man. So let's just let that finish draining before it freezes, because I don't know how much of this is going to freeze. I haven't actually run this during the winter yet. I only started it up this past spring. We built it over the winter last winter, and the winter before. So, going to be curious to see how this goes. Post Liaison has shared a rumor from abroad. Of what? Probably just updating the known items that we have. That's what it looks like. Yeah. People are aware of the artifacts that we have here. They are indeed aware. Chat, what games have you guys been playing recently? My main off-stream game has been a lot of Halo. Halo's really good. But aside from Halo, I've been kind of looking at a few things. I've wanted to try War Tales pretty bad. And I was watching a friend of mine, Northern Quarter, playing that the other night. And it looks pretty fucking good. Now, when you say Pocket Monsters, are you talking about something, or are you talking about Pokemon? City Skylines? I was watching I realized recently that they're making a VR City Skylines, which is bizarre, but I guess. Just Pokemon? Okay. I was wondering if, like, Pocket Monsters was, like, a knockoff of Pokemon or Stonehearth? Really? I guess people still play that. Stuck in modded Minecraft for quite a while just because you admin a server with some friends and you had to start up a new run. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, patch came out, right? Moving on to your coding. All right, how's this water drain doing? We're down we're pretty close to the bottom. There's some fish in here. Are you telling me I could fish in my tavern? Because I saw a fish right there a second ago. Yep, there it is. What kind of fish is that? Rainbow trout. Damn it. We got rainbow trout in here. I mean, there was also a whole bunch of fish in this. But I don't think that they're there anymore. Kind of funny. Should be letting time pass. Also, investments are open, chat. A seafood fort around an artificial lake. I've tried to do forts where, like, the only things that are grown go into alcohol, and then the dwarves only consume beer and meat, or beer, like alcohol and meats and fish. But it's actually really difficult to restrict them from eating things, so without just like pissing them off. So you can do that, but it's really hard to focus on only that, just because of the way the game works, right? Like if you forbid, like you can forbid items from being cooked with, but you can't allow them to be cooked with, but forbid them from being eaten raw, without forbidding them entirely. So if like you forbid something from being eaten raw, then it also forbids them from cooking with it, which is kind of a problem. So, yeah. It's not ideal. Not ideal. So I guess we'll just rip the wall off of the side of this thing and just expand it. Maybe up here as well. So that instead of having 2 flow spots, we have 3. So we'll rip this wall out. We'll rip this wall out. And we'll rip this wall out. And we will put flooring down. Hey, Bumblebed. Fort's pretty good. I mean, we only just kind of got started. We immediately had 2 tantrums. So we've kind of got the usual suspects of Seeker and Krakenzieg now. Krakenzieg is like a bizarre dwarf just because like all of his personality is just like, I hate the world and want to be angry and get into fights with people. It's like he's in a constant state of internal rage, incredibly calm demeanor, and never the slightest bit cheerful about anything. And literally everything is just like frustrated, bored, lonely, regretful, angry, and then guilty, and like blames everything. Like he's very much kind of a a selfish, inward-focused dwarf, which probably would be a very fun adventurer, actually, but not very useful for this fortress in particular. So we're trying to see if we can make it work, otherwise I will expel him. But, yeah, aside from that, things are pretty good. I woke up kind of early, watched an F1 race, which is why the stream's late, because the F1 race started 30 minutes after when I would normally start my stream. Then I had a meeting with my team, well, kind of during the end half of the race, and now I'm streaming. So got started late today, but we're doing all right, I think. We've been through Escape from Tarkov. I don't know what D2R is. Stars in Shadow. Also don't know what that is. Rebot Onward. Oh, Rebot? Where'd you own it initially? Find something to sink your teeth into? I mean, I'd recommend Halo just because it's free to play. But yeah, Fights in Tight Spaces came out, and I've heard, you know, I'm not very often interested in card games because I don't like card mechanics and deck building. I do not find that enjoyable. But man, Fights in Tight Spaces looks cool. Like I have very little interest in card games, but Fights in Tight Spaces looks like the John Wick game that I actually wanted. So like I'm weirdly curious about that. Yeah, I know what Outward is. You bought it on Stadia. Oh my gosh. I think that says a lot. I originally bought it on Stadia, so rebought it elsewhere. You love Slay the Spire type deck building games. They're very popular. I just don't like deck building. It's like it's not the genre's fault. It's me. Like I'm the one at fault. So, and I'm aware that like it's kind of becoming, I guess, maybe a hole in my games expertise just because of how much I dislike that type of game. But it just kind of is what it is. You want to get into my playing? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I think having to buy cards is one of the worst, most exploitative business models like that a game can have. I do not like that business model at all in games. Usually, like, if games require you to buy packs of anything, I don't want to play it. Like, even if you earn it while playing, I don't want to play it. Like, it's kind of pushed me away from Forza Horizon a little bit because there's some cars I really want in that game that are only accessible through playing it, earning the in-game currency, and getting random rolls on their fucking casino bullshit. And I just don't want to do. I don't want to do that. I just want to like work up the cash and buy the car in the game. Sure, no, totally. I mean, I love, like, this is the difference for me, right? I love physical deck builders. I love playing with physical cards. Cannot stand digital ones, because to me it's just a waste of screen space. It's like, you could I love, like, roguelikes, right? Where kind of that's what you're doing. You're kind of building up a deck of tools as you go through the game. It's just abstracted as gear and stuff. So you kind of could like say that most games have elements of deck builders in them. But I feel like, to me, it's not a theme that I'm particularly drawn to in like a visual format. I like it in a physical format because it's fun to hold cards for the same reason that Uno's fun. It's just fun to have cards in your hands that you can then throw at your friends. That's fun. I don't like having to do that digitally because it just feels clunky. There's a Porsche Cayman cheese, but yeah, it makes sense. No, totally. I don't know what cheese you're talking about. It's Fog at all, but hi, what's up? How's things, man? Okay, cool. That's almost done draining out. Blind is violent for throwing cards at people. Yeah.
Shiny hat.
More like Crown. Dude, those resubs are getting way too long. It's way too many months there. It's like 50 months. That's so long. Holy shit. Thanks for keeping that sub alive, dude. It means a lot after all these years. I love shuffling cards. Like I'll just sit there and shuffle cards constantly. I will just sit there and shuffle cards. Like I like playing with physical cards. Making card castles. It's the best thing ever. What's up, Doc? But I don't know. It's just kind of one of those weird holes in the games that I play, and I think we all kind of have those a little bit. I think we all kind of have those a little bit. And then there's some like situations where I actually like the virtual adaptation of a game more than the physical adaptation. Like I don't like playing Ticket to Ride, the board game. I like playing Ticket to Ride, the digital board game, because I don't have as many pieces to clean up and sort. So it actually makes the act of playing that game more pleasant. And I would also argue, like, for some games, like some of those really big, like 1,000+ piece board games, a well-designed digital version of that is almost always going to be more fun to use. Seeker is tantruming again. I think we just need to expel Seeker. I think we need to expel Seeker, and I think we need to expel Krakenzieg, which will put us back down to 26 dwarves. There's Krakenzieg. The thing about Krakenzieg is I think that he could completely snap and flip back over and be good again. Doesn't have any kills yet. I think we'll give Krakenzieg a chance, but Seeker, I think, needs to go. Seeker's about to become my mayor, too. I think. Trying to attend a meeting with my mayor while tantruming and then beating the crap out of him. Yep. Lots of bruising. Broke his ankle. Punched the mayor in the right foot, and the injured part collapses. Crushed his foot. Lumpy comes to rescue him. And nobody's reported the crimes because there was no witnesses aside from the mayor. Still trying to have a meeting with him. Hey, Table. Feel the same way about Gloomhaven? I've never actually seen Gloomhaven, like the physical game, in person. I've only ever seen streams of it. So, I believe it, though. Like, that virtual board game looks very complex. But, like, I don't know. It's... I've... Ooh, Krakenzieg got it again. Those two just back-to-back. Just back-to-back, man. But anyway, I kind of missed the thing that you said, Athros. I'll read it again. You love Stadia when it was a focus by Google. It's a good service overall. The streaming and input tech is really good. Sadly, the start of the year that they started to focus on making it as a business-to-business service rather than the rest has fallen off. No, I completely agree. And so it was running on sale. I'll get to that in a second, but thank you very much. Steam was running it on sale, and I figured what the hell, I remember the game was good, and you're going back to it. Yeah, I mean, also, and then you get to tip the devs again, right? Bumblebed, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Enjoy the stupid skulls and the ad-free viewing and everything, and feel free to ad block my YouTube videos if you want. But cheers. Finally figured out how this website works with PayPal. Twitch, it works sometimes. Generally, when it's involved with taking your money. At least my mayor's not dead. Currently resting, though. You're never able to use Stadia? I've made it work on my phone out of curiosity, just to see, like, if I could. So I've played a couple of their demos, but, like, I've never bought anything on Stadia because if Stadia had, like, any kind of storefront where I could just download the games, like the way that Xbox Game Pass works. Thanks for the train, Rory. Cheers, man, for the $1. If I could... If I could use it like Game Pass and download games as well as stream them, it would be a great service. But I'm not going to buy games that are only available via streaming. That to me is silly. I'd pay a monthly fee for that, but I wouldn't like buy a game that way. But seriously, Rory, thanks for the $1. Stupid with the $3. Who I think has been trying to start a train all morning. But cheers, Stupid. Means a lot, man. Keeping this weird channel funded. Oh my god. Look at the swapping between report crime and conduct meeting. It's just like having an aneurysm. He's trying to conduct a meeting, but also trying to report the crimes for the meeting. That's a bug. He's gonna go into the office and he's going to conduct the meeting, and then after that he's gonna go report the crime. Unless he reported the crime in the middle of that. He also did. Yeah, he did. So they're multitasking? Very quick multitasking. Well, I mean, the frame rate took a hit, right? And that sort of thing is the sort of thing that hurts the frame rate in this game, is when, like, there's mass job canceling on repeat like that. That will hurt the game's ability to function. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the brand new sub, the resub, and the bits that were chucked into the chat? And I are stupid with the $1.01. Cheers, man. Getting up to 75%. Most commonly complaint about Stadia is you don't actually mind buying the games personally. Yeah, that's fair. Is that the sales were refined to you and you didn't have a PC at the time, and you went B2B, and that's when you bought your laptop? No, totally. I mean, I do think that, like, there is a world where a business like Stadia works, but the reason I never got into it wasn't because of the way the system worked. It's just because I don't trust Google. Like, Google has put out services before and abandoned them or given up on them or forgotten about them, and that kind of just sucks. And because they've done that too many times, it is legit just a trust thing. It's like, do I trust these people to do a good job with this, or are they going to just kind of screw everybody over? And I don't know. And I don't trust Google enough to let them do that, I guess. You know? Maybe if we lived in a world where Google had a good track record of not abandoning projects, I'd have faith, but killed by Google. Yeah, exactly. Killed by Google. Like, remember half this shit? No, because nobody does. All right, so I'm going to boot out. Not
Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons.
Forgot
I'm
about
gonna
that
get
one.
my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down.
I'm booting out Seeker. And if Krakenzieg tantrums one more time, we're going to boot out Krakenzieg as well. Thanks for the $7. Fire Stupid. Thank you very much for your generosity. Keeping that stream going. Because do you know who I am? Well, I mean, we knew that Game Pass was coming to PC before Stadia launched, and we also knew that they were testing xCloud before that was announced as a part of Game Pass, and it was kind of assumed that it was going to either be an upcharge or just part of Game Pass. So we already knew, like, maybe you didn't, but, like, I knew that that was coming. I mean, there's also Luna, which nobody talks about, which is Amazon's service that's the exact same thing. I have to make cabinets for my mirror. So Luna also exists, which is kind of hilarious because it's exactly the same thing. It is an online game streaming service that's virtually identical to, you know, a lot of those other services. It's another one of those. I'm going to practice martial art, but I can't let you do that because you're already too strong. I really wish that there was a way to put dwarves in a martial art without them getting stronger. Actually, I wonder. Go hunt. Maybe this dwarf will like hunting. We'll remove you. What squad are you the captain of? Let's disband that squad. To remove Kraken Zeke from that one. All right. He's still got the militia captain title, but they resulted in it. They did indeed. Yeah, no, I mean, like, there's a few games that got funded and exist because of Stadia, right? Like, there's a couple of. It's just like everything, you know. Like, do you remember the Ouya? Hopefully not, because it was terrible. But the Ouya funded Towerfall and funded Duck Game, and because of Towerfall, we got the Towerfall developers then went on to make. Why am I blanking on the name of this video game? I own the soundtrack for it. Towerfall Ascension. I went on to make Celeste. So, like, if Towerfall didn't get funded by that stupid platform, Ouya, and was one of the only successful games that then later released on PC, which on Steam and other platforms, which had a very good release, they used the money for Ouya, which was, I think, 50 grand, to make that game, which they wouldn't have been able to do otherwise, or not in the same time frame anyway, and then went on to make Celeste, which is a phenomenal game. So it's like, you know, like, I'll for every like shitter platform that throws a lot of money around, if a few good games get made. You remember that Ouya, your parents bought you one? Did you ever do anything with it? Did you ever use it? Because, like, I don't know, for every like shitter console and every crappy platform that comes off, as long as a couple of games are made with it, it's worth it, in my opinion. Also, 45 seconds left on that little hype train. You never used it? Yeah. There was some cool stuff you could do with custom firmware and those things, but, I mean, it's basically just like a phone that plugs into your TV, so it's not really that cool. All right, so you've had your meeting. Let's, see, did I ever unlock this door? I don't think I did. Yeah, the door's locked. All right, let's unlock the door. Get the dwarves in here. Start building the suit. But thanks for the train, guys. Much appreciated. All right, so they can just walk over the ice. Noted. The reason the floor in here is just flat is because it's water that's frozen. All right, let's construct these walls now. But cheers, friends. Thanks for the hype train. 2 subs and $12.01 in bits. When things go full exclusive, I mean, I don't. Or rather, I don't care if things go fully exclusive, as long as they're going to come to other platforms eventually, right? And I mean, admittedly, a lot of games don't. A lot of games that go fully exclusive don't come out on other platforms. But, you know, I don't care about temporary exclusivity, even if it's for a long time. Like, if you are making a video game and you decide to take an Epic Games deal for a year for an extra couple $100,000, fucking do it. Like, I will not hold any ill will towards a developer that is like, yo, this shit's gonna keep the lights on with almost no risk to the developer. Yeah, fucking do it. And I'll support devs who do that. I got no problem with that. But what bothers me is when it's a exclusivity deal with no chance of a game coming to another platform. That kind of sucks. I think that everything should just release everywhere eventually. Although, that being said, I don't know if you guys were paying attention at all, but Good Old Games is cutting back. GOG is cutting back on their staff because they are not profitable, and they haven't been for a while, apparently. Which kind of blows because, you know, as much as people scream that they don't want DRM, I think people actually want DRM in a lot of cases. I think a lot of people don't realize it, but I think they want DRM. And that is really kind of shitty and sad to see. Krakenzieg is tantruming again. Not in a good spot. Do I have any? Nope. Reading the Discord word story while a dwarf is having a tantrum. Google Play stop looking towards DRM memes. Exclamation points, question marks, and dotted lines are punctuation. Pickled anime magic rock rickroll. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you escape. Never eat cats. There we go. Please carry on. Did he punch anybody? I think he did. Okay, he hit Arch, but Arch is fine. Oof. Okay, that's a lot of blood. You okay up there, Doran? Left hand is mangled beyond recognition. All right, so it's just a hand. A lot of blood, but it's actually not that bad. All right. Feels regretful after starting a fist fight. More than one, man. More than one. Convenience beats out DRM free that GOG offers every time. I have a friend who is very, very mad to this day about something related to this. And admittedly, he's kind of petty sometimes, and he's aware of that. But essentially what he did... Oh my god, again. Oh, no, never mind. That was the old combat report. Essentially, what happened was he had an advertisement that he could get a free copy of GOG if he or a free copy of The Witcher 3 if he bought a specific graphics card. And so he bought that graphics card. But the key that he got for it... Oh my god, how did that not cave in? Weird. But the key that he got for it was a good old games key. And I remember him being extremely mad. And he sometimes reaches out to me when he has like technical issues with games and stuff, because I sometimes know the answers to questions that he doesn't. And he reached out to me. He's like, "Why isn't this key working?" I was like, "Well, what's it for?" He goes, "It's for The Witcher." Well, what platform's it for? He goes, "I assume Steam." And then he showed me what the key looked like, and that's not a Steam key, dude. I think that's a GOG key. He goes, "What?" And he was so mad. And I think to this day, he's never played it and is convinced that he got ripped off. Because, like, he bought a specific version of his graphics card because it came with that game that he wanted to play. And it was a GOG key instead of a Steam key. And it, like, ruined the point of the purchase for him, which I think is incredible. Itch, on the contrary, has neat stuff that you don't find elsewhere. I mean, some of the stuff that pops up on Itch Twitch ups actually does pop up on Steam eventually. I do kind of agree with you that Steam just works fine. I think that my issue with GOG is it doesn't do enough to differentiate itself, even though it kind of does. Like, initially, like, they had that branding of being good old games. They're not that anymore. They have all the same new releases as every other storefront. Because I guess, like, they've kind of just run out of games to do. Like, there's only so many games that need to be re-released. And, like, it's a finite market, right? And once you hit the end of it, it's weird. But, yeah, I really... itch.io is weird because you get all the experimental stuff and all the game jam stuff and all the big charity event stuff. And, like, itch.io is kind of itch.io is the game developer's game platform, or the video game enthusiasts platform, right? It's for enthusiasts and developers primarily, and it's like the boutique shop, whereas like Good Old Games kind of doesn't fit that anymore, which is weird. But they kind of don't. They're not really a boutique shop, but they're also not really a big store. They're not really a mainstream store, so they kind of just don't really belong anywhere, which kind of sucks. But I think we're just gonna... Did you just... You were just bleeding. There he goes. So we're back down to 26 dwarves, but I can't have that dwarf around. Too tantrumy. Cause damage to the fort. itch.io is very much a hobbyist website. Yeah. And I think that with itch.io, like, does a good job at fulfilling that niche. I think that they are kind of the kings of that. And maybe to a degree they've eaten good old games as lunch on that remark, maybe. But because like they do also just have a lot of mainstream releases too. Like you could probably get away only buying games on itch, and you'd do pretty good because there's a lot of variety on there. There's no AAA releases, but as long as you just play indie games, like you could get away with only using itch. Well, I mean, like things like sock pop games primarily exist because of itch. But after a while, they did start putting their games up on Steam, so they do put them up on both now, but they're cheaper on itch. So, good old boutique, yeah. I can't find Gabbro every time I've done this. I could just use lead; it's the same color, but. I know I have a lot of them. There's non-Gabbro blocks. There's Gabbro boulders I keep seeing. But just can't find the blocks is the problem. I know that I have them. I just don't have as many as I used to. They're on that one. Yeah, that too. Well, I mean, remember back when you had to go through Greenlight, right? Like, Greenlight's not an issue anymore. Now it's just pay $100 and you can get your game up. Sock Pop actually, I think, it was a goal on their Patreon, and they were like, if we make this amount of money, we'll just pay to put all of our games up on Steam, regardless of if they're profitable. The tools tab on itch, you made so many tiny apps for sound, ASCII or pixel art. Yeah, no, there's so many good little free tools. I use a little notes tool, which I sometimes use, which is this excellent little scheduler and note keeper app thing that runs really well, and it was free on itch, and I tipped the person $5 for it. It's a great little app. So, super helpful. I accidentally built floor there. Patches are delayed or never put up. That's not devs. That's just how GOG's backend works, right? Like that is how GOG works. It's not devs being late on patches. That is just GOG, because GOG has to manually confirm every patch, whereas Steam, you just press go, right? Steam has a lot less moderation in that regard. Whereas good old games, they approve it. They approve all releases at a certain time of day, and it's like morning in Poland or in wherever their office is in the UK. I think it's in the UK now. But anyway, it's whenever, which is morning for where their releases are. So if you're dealing with a developer from North America or Asia and they patch their game in the morning, then you have to wait until like 22 hours for GOG to push the button and push the patches out. Absolutely. Well, I mean, I think there's actually an argument to be made that Epic Games, it might actually, well, not user count wise, but Epic Games is the number 2, right? Like it's Steam and then Epic Games. And Epic Games is probably going to overtake Steam at some point. And I know that some people might hate me saying that, but like they probably will, because they have the younger audience, right? Like the average user base on Steam is like kind of your 20 to like 45-year-old, right? Like that's kind of the audience on Steam. Epic is way younger, right? So I do kind of think that Epic might actually dethrone Steam at some point. Probably not anytime super soon, but that will happen at some point. I think at this point it's kind of inevitable. Maybe not optimal, but more or less inevitable. To a degree. I do not actually want doing that one. Every other one. Regardless of like, you know, how I feel about their business practices and how they go about getting that user base. Although on the bright side, I mean, a lot of people are getting a lot of free cool games, so that, like, who's gonna complain about that, right? I mean, you're paying for them simply by making an account on the Epic Store. Yeah, I mean, GOG Galaxy is a fantastic service that nobody uses, right? Like, it is one of the best, applications for organizing a game library that exists, and nobody uses it, which sucks. Like, it is such a weird thing that somehow exists, yet no one knows how functional it is and no one uses it. And it's kind of a shame. Because truly, if it just had the user base, it would be one of the most valuable apps to a lot of people, I think. All right, let's deconstruct that and that. Did I just build that wall there? I think I did. It's supposed to be nothing, but whoops. Know a lot of legal issues have been popping up with the Epic Store, but it's been there for quite a while now. No, when you say legal issues, are you talking about like the Epic versus Apple stuff? Because that's not a problem with the store. That's just Epic being a bunch of very rich people that want to make more money, and other people who also want to be very rich people and make more money say the same thing and say, we agree. Thanks for the 80 cents, stupid. 24 bucks this week. Cheers. Are you trying to dethrone Rory? Is that what's happening? Rory will be sad if he gets booted out of the top 3. I'd recommend doing that tomorrow, because tomorrow's when the leaderboard resets. The leaderboards have been kind of crazy this week, so I don't really... I'm not really surprised if people aren't really trying to compete. People have been very generous. So we still got the top half to do. We're getting there. Are definitely getting there. I don't know what the fuck happened to all my Gabbro. It just keeps vanishing. I'm so confused about this. Well, there they are. Fuck. All right. Let's pop this out by 1 tile, I think. Even when you're not particularly positive towards Epic, you're happy to see Steam's monopoly being challenged. No, absolutely. I mean, it's really funny. It's like people really like exclusivity, Bumblebed, but they only really like exclusivity when it's exclusive to the platform that they like. Like something that I've seen quite a bit recently, actually, because of the video that I did with the Rift Wizard developers. There's a few people that are like, why isn't this on GOG? Why is this only on Steam? I don't use Steam, and I think that that's kind of interesting because, like, people are used to roguelikes kind of showing up on everything, right? And that's one that's only on Steam. And it's one of the first times that I've seen people actually acting kind of sad about Steam exclusivity. Because normally, like, people are like, well, it's on Steam. That's the only platform that matters, right? That's the general consensus usually. But with that one, I've actually seen some people that are sad that it's only on Steam, which I think is kind of interesting. Hello, San, what's up? It's good to see you. They were doing sales at one point without the developer's permission. The developers literally pulled some games in response. When did this happen? Are you talking about Epic or GOG? Which storefront are you talking about? When did that happen? How did I miss that? It seems wild. All right, let's do that. Gabbro blocks. A few years ago now? How the fuck did I miss that? Weird. All right. I feel like that's something I would have heard of, but I believe you. I know that Good Old Games has had a few PR blunders. There's been a couple of people that have managed their Twitter account that have said some very tasteless things that I don't think did them any favors either. Need to get out here so we can put a roof on that. They definitely said some things that were like maybe not something that you really want to say. Just some tasteless jokes at some people's expense. Just unneeded edgy humor, I guess. And when we're talking about like platforms that are supposed to be, you know, have some sense of professionalism, that's maybe not the best. Maybe not really what you want. Maybe not the way you want to be like promoting things. Things with edgy humor. Only GOG is a DRM free? That's not true. itch.io is DRM free. I almost wonder actually what gets more traffic these days, itch.io or Good Old Games. Because I'd be almost willing to bet, like even though I know for a fact itch.io is much smaller in scale, like it's a smaller team, it's a smaller company, like they have less overhead, they probably don't have to pay as much for server fees, like they're very much a small kind of scrappy company, whereas GOG, like I think of them as a pretty big company. Company Twitters have been kind of in a weird place. Yeah, some more than others though. More than others. Like there's a difference between being tactless and being needlessly edgy. You know what I mean? And they've been needlessly edgy on a couple of occasions, so. Somehow failing in both regards. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, but it doesn't change the fact that it's definitely maybe smeared them a little bit. At least my perception of them, like you know, I decide what companies I want to work with, right? And I pick and choose, and I'm pretty careful, which is why I don't work with a lot of companies. But I was trying pretty hard for a while there to get a proper partnership with Good Old Games. And then they started, like, doing the edgy shit on Twitter, and it's like, well, maybe I'll just wait. Maybe I won't do any. Maybe I won't do that thing that I had planned. You know, and that's all it really takes is just literally like, maybe I won't do that. Right? Maybe I will just stick with the humble code. You quit both Twitter and Facebook. Good, because friends who spent much time on there got increasingly depressed and nasty. Didn't seem good for your mental health. Best decision ever. Absolutely, no. I've been so much... You know what's hilarious is I realized today that my stream team, Halcyon Frequency, has a Facebook page. Like, apparently we made that back when we started the team 2 years ago. 2+ years ago now. Apparently we did that. Which is weird. But, like... More just to have the name than anything. We've never used it for anything. I don't think anybody knows about it. I don't think we promote it anywhere. Facebook is such a weird platform these days. It is such a strange platform. Like I don't even know how to operate with it anymore. It's just a weird platform. It's like grandmasclassifieds.com, basically. Being edgy can be a double-sided sword. Being edgy can upset people, and we live in an era where upsetting people is the last thing you want to do, because when people get upset, they don't want to work with you anymore. Which, you know, has happened to several companies. You know, it's just like World of Warcraft is struggling because a lot of people don't want to work with World of Warcraft anymore. People don't want to play World of Warcraft because they don't want to have anything to do with that company. They just make up shit to throw at you, yeah. I mean, part of the reason I stopped using Twitter as much... I mean, I was tweeting about the Grand Prix this morning because I was logged into Twitter. But it's like... Part of the reason I don't use Twitter too much is it just ends up being like... another method of me venting. Except, like, when I vent on stream or when maybe I'm depressed. Like, let's use this hypothetically. I'm not currently, but like if wow, Lumpy's mood's getting better. What is this madness? Holy shit. Anyway, that's great. Like if I'm depressed, I've kind of come to terms with the fact that it's better for me to just talk about it on stream. For years, what I would do is I would tweet, because it's like, if I was feeling down or if I was sad, I would tweet, because like it didn't really interact with my stream too much, and it doesn't really affect the. It doesn't really affect the my brand in general, or that was always my opinion of that. But like, it turns out it's way better for me to just talk with you guys because it keeps things in context. Yeah, no, I agree, Twitch Ups. Claiming the Facebook and Twitter account is a good move, even if you're not planning to do anything with it. Like, we should probably go make a TikTok and Instagram and a bunch of other things for the team, even if we're not going to use them. We should probably do that. That seems smart. But, no, I agree. I agree. Put that wall piece back. What do we use for these walls? Diorite, I think? Diorite. Arch is doing all right. Practice a craft real bad. Crafts do you have? Stone crafting? Let's give you weaving. Weaving is a really easy one to give people because there's always shit to weave together. I might actually just cut this wall out. And it doesn't really benefit anybody. It used to, back when it was actually a room, but it hasn't been a guild hall in a long time, so just cut that wall out, I think. We made this so you can't. Test post. No, their first and only post. Test post. Please ignore. Which I miss back when that was the most upvoted thread of all time on Reddit. It's like, you can't tell us what to do. We'll ignore you only if we want to. Eh. Does anybody remember when test post please ignore was the most upvoted thing on Reddit? Those are the days. Those are indeed the days. What the heck did I cut out that wall? Let's make a bunch more looms. Because there's always stuff that needs to be loomed. Least profitable user base? What do you mean, least profitable? What's not profitable about Reddit? Reddit's been profitable for a while. Although, on the topic of we made this so you can't, there's a person who has twitch.tv/blind, just blind. And there's a post in the description of their stream that says, no, you can't buy my account. Which is just like, damn it. So every now and again I look to see if he's gone AFK for a while so I can snag the name, but nope. Dude logs in all the time, watches streams. Oh, about Reddit ad revenue? I mean, Reddit's been profitable for a while, ever since they implemented Reddit Gold. And all their back-end stuff. That's when... I mean, Reddit wasn't profitable. Reddit was like YouTube for a very long time. Reddit wasn't profitable for a very long time, but has been profitable for a while now. Specifically once they, got back around to, what's the word I'm looking for here? Once they got once they made Reddit Gold and all of the awards that you could buy, they became profitable. Sort of like Twitch became profitable when they added sub buttons. Like Twitch wasn't profitable until they had sub buttons, and they've been profitable since. And they've only gotten more profitable. But ad revenue on Twitch still sucks. Like, Twitch doesn't make money off of ads because up until recently, they haven't made any money off of ads. Not efficiently, anyway. People are gullible enough to buy Reddit awards? Why? Not really about gullibility. It's like, I want to give you a cool sticker so that you can, I want to give you a cool sticker so that you can watching a very strange GIF right now. I'm just gonna share this because this goes places. On the topic of Reddit. It's actually one of the creepiest things I've seen in a while. But no, it's not really like a thanks for the gold thing. It's like you pay to support the platform to promote a thing you like, right? And I don't see that as gullibility. It's just such a waste of money. And what's that Twitch badge next to your... What is that? It's no difference than, like, sharing bits in a stream. Yes, it's a waste of money. You could do it through Patreon or through tips. So, I couldn't disagree more. That's just kind of a shitty take, my dude. Yeah, with Reddit Gold, you support the website. Not quite. But on Twitch, when you buy bits, you're also supporting Amazon, which is multi-billionaires. Some of the richest in the world, actually. Yes, but when you buy bits, you are directly supporting Twitch, which is Amazon. Right? That gift just goes places. Like, you need to realize that, like, it's literally the exact same thing. You don't have a choice? Yeah, you do. What are you talking about? No, you don't have to sub if you want to support the streamer. Like, literally. If you want to support me without subbing, here's just a few ways you can do that. You can tip me cryptocurrency. You can tip me with PayPal. You can tip me with a credit card. You can buy me a coffee, which has multiple other payment platforms. You can support on Patreon. Stone has literally never bought a sub and has just been gifted subs. It's like, literally, like, you absolutely have a choice. It's exactly the same thing. Subbing, Amazon literally takes half of the money. So, subbing is the least effective method of supporting a channel. No, it doesn't. Sub count does not count towards partner. The only thing that counts towards partner is concurrent views and chat activity. And if anybody's telling you that it's part of the requirements, they are lying to you to make more money. Literally, that's all it is. Subbing is the least efficient method of supporting a channel. But people like to do it because it gives people ad-free viewing. And it gives you emotes. And it gives you direct ways to promote the streamer through emotes. I vehemently disagree with that statement. Mumblebed. As somebody who's done this for 9 years, that is not true. You do not need to sub for chat to acknowledge that you support the streamer. There's plenty of ways to do that outside of it. Like, I have my sound commands. No, you've never needed subs. Basically what I'm saying, Oblivioron, is you are justifying something that you are mocking on another website. So another website has a feature that you don't like, but you are using every single argument you can think of to justify the same feature on a website that you do like so that you feel good about purchases that you've made. Which I understand, but just realize you're kind of contradicting your own argument. We're into late winter, the 11th of Obsidian. Once the stuff melts, then I can turn the pumps back on and we'll see how our upgrade works. Then why are you arguing in favor of Twitch? You know when you have Reddit Gold, you don't get ads on Reddit, right? Like if you get Reddit Gold in a gift from somebody on Reddit, you don't see ads on Reddit, right? You don't see promoted posts and you don't see the banner ads. You know that, right? There's really no difference. You get emotes on Twitch. That's the only difference. It takes into account hype trains. I don't know about subs. Hello, son. It mostly takes into account games that you watch and games that people stream, from my knowledge of it, but I don't know too much about how it works because it's all kind of new to me. Hello, son. And that's your problem for using AdBlock, Oblivion. That is legit your problem. So you don't see the value in something because you are cheating. That's fine. Sure, but you don't see the value in Reddit Gold because you use AdBlock. I'm just saying, all you're doing is contradicting yourself. Yes, it is, actually. Because of AdBlock, that's why we have things like Reddit Gold. If nobody blocked ads, then ads would be profitable enough that Reddit Gold wouldn't need to exist. So if you wonder why everything has a payment service, you don't think that's value? All right, well, that's, again, on you, right? You don't understand why a service exists because you're negating the reason for it to exist, which is fine. You can do that. But if you then don't understand what the value of it is, like I have YouTube Plus or YouTube Premium or whatever the fuck they call it now, that turns off all ads because I find ads on YouTube very annoying. And it is worth the $12 a month to not see ads on YouTube. Simple as that. I could just ad block them. My web browser has that shit built in. But I'd rather still support people because I make money off of ads on YouTube. And I also make money off of YouTube Premium from other people. So I would rather give people revenue. No, you're wrong, but that's okay. You're wrong, but that's okay. And this mayor is going to go store their clothes. Did I not queue those up? I guess I did. Or did them. I think at the heart of it is what matters is if somebody chooses to support a platform they enjoy using, don't fucking insult them, which is the impetus for this entire conversation. If somebody likes using a platform and wants to support the platform directly, let them do that. Don't call them gullible with a laughing emote. Don't automatically direct your opinions at mocking people, like we've talked about previously. But you do that with everything. Literally everything. With no thought to how other people feel, aside from your own opinions and your own takes. You immediately jump to that. Then you shouldn't be subbing to anybody on Twitch, Oblivion. You should only tip through cryptocurrency. Or your credit card. Yeah, go ahead, cheat, Bumblebed. I'm just trying to point out Oblivion's, like, double standards. That's all. That's literally all I'm trying to do. Like, I don't care if you block ads. Fucking block ads. I'm just trying to poke holes in Oblivion's argument. That's literally all I'm doing. It's absolutely a double standard. It's the biggest double standard I've seen in my chat in a very long time, actually. Yes, but yet you're subscribed to people on Twitch. So it's absolutely a double standard, yes. Maybe you should. How do you start playing this game? Computer helps. And a keyboard. And then you download the game on the website, pay12games.com/dwarves. And you open up the wiki and you read the getting started guide. Then you play. All right, well, that's on you. I'm literally just poking holes in your argument, Oblivion. Realize this. Realize this. I'm just poking holes in your argument. Cooler's just tired of the discussion, I think. There absolutely is holes. There absolutely is holes. People are gullible for supporting a platform that I use. People aren't gullible for supporting a different platform that I also use. It's literally the same thing. I'm not saying that you hate Reddit and love Twitch. I never said that. I'm just simply stating that you are gullible for subscribing to people on Twitch. Like you stated that people are gullible for buying awards for people on Reddit. Okay, so then you literally are insulting every single person in my chat for supporting me directly, including IR Stupid, you're insulting Rory, you're insulting Fog, you're insulting Bumblebed, all the people that subscribed today, the people who took part in the hype train earlier, you're insulting all of those people and calling them gullible for supporting the platform. Are you willing to stand on that? Yes, you are. How are you not? I'm not saying the chat is offended. I'm just saying that, like, that is what you are saying. If people are gullible for supporting both platforms, all right, you literally called every single person in this chat who's subbed to this channel gullible. That's what you did. People are gullible for supporting Twitch. All hail the gullibleness. Thanks, Vitaly. Cheers, mate. For checking out a sub, as always. And that's why people buy awards on Reddit. People buy awards on Reddit to highlight a post that they like and promote a post that they like. That's literally what Reddit awards do. They promote posts. You're paying to push a post up. So if I put a video on Reddit that I made and somebody really likes it and buys it an award, it goes up higher. So it absolutely is supporting a post. It's also a hell of a lot cheaper than subbing. It's a couple dollars. If that. Some of them are as cheap as 99 cents. Nope, it is definitely the first of spring. The rivers haven't thawed out yet, though. Well, Mr. Bezos doesn't work at Amazon anymore, so it's technically just Amazon in general and whoever their new CEO is. Bumblebed. That's not true at all. Depends on what part of Reddit you're in. It very much depends on what part of Reddit you're in. I know a few people who make quite a lot of money off of Reddit for various things. We do still call them Bezos bucks, yes. Because Bezos bucks rhymes too well. But first tribute of 351. Not bad. Not too huge. A nice little gift, I would say. And I'm selling subscriptions to my Twitch channel. What of it? Because with Reddit, it's advertising dollars. The more views my YouTube video gets, the more money I make off of that YouTube video. So if I upload a video and put it out on Reddit and a bunch of people buy it at words and it stays on the front page of that subreddit for a week, that is great for me because my video gets an extra 5,000 views over that week. So it absolutely benefits the person that you're buying awards for. Unless, like, you know, it's just some reposted meme, in which case, then, you know, that meme gets more views, I guess. What if I refuse to support my local rich person on this planet and everything in modern life gets unusable? It's a necessary evil if you think rich people are evil by default. Yeah, no, I tend to agree with that. I think corporations, people in groups can be evil by default. And I very much reject a lot of things that Amazon says and does. That scared the piss out of me.
I don't like to sub, but generous people gift me subs. Please put this to good use. 0.0003055 BTC.
Thanks, Lilo, for the $15.02. And they say I don't like to sub, but generous people gift you subs. Please put this towards good use. Cheers. That's 0.003045554 dollars in BTC Bitcoin. Cheers. That is, I think, the first Bitcoin tip I've had in like 5 years. Not even joking. I'm pretty sure that's like the first Bitcoin tip I've had in years. But thanks. Cheers. Let me know how that 1UP coin worked, because that's the first time somebody's used that. Kind of a hassle to use. They are, but I'm sitting on mine, so. Yeah, but the thing that I don't like is you, like literally, I guess what I'm trying to do, Oblivion, is I'm trying to rewire your brain a little bit. Because I would say that it's a fair thing to state that giving awards to people on Reddit can be expensive. Right? It can be. But you stating that people who give awards to people on Reddit are gullible is fucking rude. And I've had lots of conversations with you over the past week, Oblivion, about how I believe you, Lilo-san. I've had a lot of conversations with you over the past week where it always starts off with you saying something really fucking rude at a particular person or group of people. And just outright insulting them and then backpedaling and having all these reasons for it. And I think that's fucking disgusting. Really, what you need to do is if you want to mock something, shut the fuck up. I have opinions on things that I like to mock. I don't voice it. Because what the fuck's the point? It doesn't benefit anybody. All it does is annoy and hurt people. And if that's all that you like doing, shut up. Don't ever talk in my chat again. We will be happier for it. I absolutely think it is rude, yeah. It is absolutely rude. Because, like I stated before, what you are suggesting is a double standard and literally the exact same thing as subbing to people on Twitch. So yes, it is rude. Because there's a couple people who buy Reddit awards from all my Reddit posts on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, and they help them do better. They stay surfaced longer. My videos get more views, and I get more traffic. You are literally insulting people that help me. All right, so all of this is back up and running, meaning I can turn the fountains back on and we'll see how the drain works. Cool, Air's happy. Making sure that there's no leaks, doesn't look like it. I can lock this door now. And here comes the water. I don't want that culture in my chat, Bumblebed. That is my actual point here, right? Is I don't want that culture in my chat. I don't want people to think that it's acceptable to just mock people. Because it's not. And it isn't. And it shouldn't be. I think it's unacceptable actions in my chat, Oblivion. And I think that that's all that really matters in this chat, no? All right, the fountains are back up and running. Why? Because of this conversation, Bastet? I apologize. Unhide. Unhide this door and lever that I accidentally hid. Dragoneer came back, yeah. Dragoneer was here on Saturday, I think. I almost fucking subscribed to their Reddit premium, or not to Reddit, to Twitter's premium service when that was announced. Because it's like, reading it, until I realized that it didn't remove ads. If Reddit's premium service, which is like $3 a month, removed ads, I would have paid for it. No questions asked. Even though I'm well aware that there are third-party clients for Twitter that, like, remove all the promoted tweets and everything. I would actually probably use Twitter more, in fact. But it doesn't. So we'll see. Well, son, we'll see. We'll see what happens next week. We will see. No, it is not different. It's exactly the same thing. From the company's perspective, it's exactly the same thing. And if you're arguing against evil, you shouldn't be participating in the exact same thing on any website. So if you think that giving money to big corporations is evil, you shouldn't ever use Amazon. You're not allowed to buy buy Discord Nitro. You probably shouldn't get Game Pass because that's giving money to Microsoft and they're evil. You shouldn't use Steam because Steam is owned by Valve and Valve has a monopoly on the games industry, which is not exactly a good or healthy environment for the industry. You definitely can't have a Google device, and best never search with Google. And uninstall every single app that is made by a major corporation. Delete your email account. Use a private email browser and host your own servers in your house, of course, not on anybody else's servers. It's literally exactly the same thing. It's like, I do agree, but don't be a cunt about it, right? Quit being a cunt towards people in my chat. That's simple. Speaking of people who... That's not a good transition. Speaking of people I haven't seen in a while. How you doing, Yuzurun? What's up, man? How's things? How's life treating you? I hope you've been well. Rough. There's a disorderly conduct against who? Somebody who left, I guess. Oh, that might have been against Seeker before I booted him. Shit. It's on those evil companies. I mean, I wouldn't have a job if it wasn't for big evil companies. Or I'd probably be working for a different big evil company. The elves have arrived to trade. Because you are an asshole to people. That's why, Oblivion. How have you not figured this out yet? If you were less of a dick, then we wouldn't have heated conversations. And I wouldn't contemplate banning you every single day. There was someone who tried to go without the 3 big tech companies and win okay-ish. I remember the article said. I mean, you can. I mean, if you live on a small farm and in like the edge of the country and like can mostly sustain yourself, I mean, you'll certainly limit your ability to function in society significantly, which sucks. But like, this is a really slow elf. Holy shit. Why are you so slow? Your water buffalo have a broken leg or something? The fuck, dude? Eh. People are evil. Companies aren't evil, people are evil. And people work at companies. Yeah, absolutely, Bumblebed. That's not quite how property taxes work, but all right. Indirectly, maybe. But just... What do I say about a roguelike with 3D graphics? First and third person perspective, easy movement, turn-based, as the world's consisting block. I mean, if it's well made, why not? I don't like Minecraft's visuals, so if it looks like Minecraft, I'll be turned off by default. But why do you ask? That's an oddly specific question. Mind. That's why I said indirectly. Money gets cycled around, though. You also can't buy groceries if you're worried about that. If you're worried about that, then you can't participate in money. So. But at the end of the day, just... You will keep causing heated conversations if you keep acting like a dick. And if you're that flabbergasted as to why there's heated conversations with you every day, it's because you are completely and utterly incapable of understanding the concept of the fact that you are an asshole all the time. And as somebody who is an asshole a lot of the time, I realize it, and I'm trying to make myself better. You're not. And that's fucking disappointing. So I hope you make yourself better, because otherwise you're not going to last much longer in this chat. Your game engine you're building has some Minecraft qualities. I don't like the visuals of Minecraft. At all. When you're planning better graphics, like the blocks aren't just squares. And I mean, blocks are fine, but if it looks like Minecraft, I'm not interested. There's a game on Steam called Enemy, which is like a isometric view perspective, which is like an open world roguelike-y thing. And it has Minecraft graphics, and I've never tried it because of the visuals. I do not want to play games that look like that. See, here's the thing. Oblivion. Here's the thing. It doesn't matter what you think is rude. You could not think it's rude to run around outside naked, screaming racist things and say, I don't think it's rude. Doesn't matter. You're still running around outside naked, screaming racist shit. So that's not how that works. If other people decide it's rude, it's rude. So either you're just extremely dense, you're an asshole, or you're oblivious. And considering your name is Oblivion, which I'm going to go for oblivious rather than an oblivion pun, you're just oblivious. Open your goddamn eyes. What the fuck? I'm trying to help here. I'm trying to let you improve. Yeah, I need to give you extreme examples so you understand the simple concepts I'm trying to explain to you. Because you don't. And Userun has a point. The hell, man? Pog. That's all I have to say, Fog. Pog. Sometimes I have to do the cringy shit thing. This is getting a bit intense. Yeah. I'm not trying to make it intense. He keeps the conversation going. I keep trying to end it. And like, as Userun pointed out, give him softball ways out. And he's not taking them, so I don't know what to do. Iglar? Realgar. I don't even know what that is. Realgar? I'm assuming it's a type of stone. It's like a weird red crystal thing. Oh, ruby sulfur. I know what ruby sulfur is. Or ruby of arsenic. Relgar. Kind of cool looking, actually. I shall dub thee the ketchup gem. Because that's what it looks like. All right. Interesting. I think that's the stuff that heals you in Deep Rock Galactic. Anyway, trade with them. Wasn't that a Pink album? Bastet? B-I-T-C-H with exclamation point instead of an I? Or am I thinking of somebody else? I'm pretty sure there's an album just called that. Let's see how drainage is doing. Yeah, it's doing better. Sweet. So far, anyway. There's some overflowage at the top, though. Yeah, it's a neat looking stone. for Xbox Game Pass, it's in your account. Sober was the first Pink song you ever heard? I have no idea. For me, Pink's just always existed. So, like, as long as I've like been aware of pop music, Pink has existed in some format. So I don't know what the first Pink song I heard was, to be honest with you. I was thinking about Nelly Furtado the other day for some reason, and realized that literally the only Nelly Furtado song I know is Maneater. From 2008, 2009. Sounds about right. That's probably about when she started, right? Around the time. I need to pee. I'll be back in a second. So Dwarf has given birth to a brand new baby girl, which I think is the sound that Stupid's command makes. And Oblivion, I'm going to be blunt with you, right? So you respond with, nah, I'm not. I just disagree. I don't think this is something to improve unless I'm wrong. And calling someone gullible is bad. I don't think so, though. And then you respond, and then you responded to Fog on a thing. This is where we separate, Oblivion. Do not DM me on Discord. I unbanned you once before. Do not reach out. I will block you. Unfortunately, if that is not something you want to improve on and you do not believe that that is rude, then I do not want you in my chat insulting people. Goodbye, Oblivion. I will see you never, hopefully. All right, moving on. You want that baby, please? I think we can give you that one, Bastet. I think we can do that. She's the daughter of Kikrost and Iral. I tried so hard. I'm not gonna lie, I tried so hard. Bastet, how many dwarves have you had? Is this the 5th? IV or VI? I don't know, Roman numerals are hard. The 5th? Okay, what's 5 in a row? Is it VI or IV? I am patient. I am to a fault. That's something I need to improve on again. I need to just ban people without warning. You've spent less? I haven't bought anything on Steam because of Game Pass. There's been a few... Well, actually, that's not true. I bought a game that's only on Steam. I bought Shadows of the Forbidden Gods. I spent the last few minutes trying to not get upset and not just stay out of the conversation. I mean, all that person needed to do was say I'm sorry, and I will not insult people anymore. Was the stream to cool off? Was that bad, eh? Jesus, I'm sorry. No. We're all for the better now. So So then, oh yeah, then it would just be V. V is 5, duh, right? Because Battlefield 5 was Battlefield V, so that's just you're a V then. She says, Gaga. Bastet the 5th. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her ears are flattened, her head is extremely narrow. Her somewhat high eyebrows are quite long. Her hair is a crew, and her long hair is arranged in double braids. Her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyes are cobalt. She likes native copper, silver jasper opal, gray squirrel leather, jute fabric, cavies for their 3 toes, and fonio plants for their grain and the words of the amethyst wells, and when possible prefers to consume giant kakapo and pendant amaranth beer. Absolutely hates worms. Do you hate worms, Bastet? Well, cheers. A little bit. I mean, okay. Here's room. How many little kids do you see playing Barbie? Not that different. She personally, what I think is weirder is that she personally finds artwork boring, values honesty, and doesn't care about nature one way or another. Well, as a baby, I would expect it to think that artwork is boring, value honesty because she wants food, and doesn't care about nature one way or another. That makes sense. She accepts favors without feeling a sense of obligation, preferring to act in the current situation as the current situation demands. She forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to her detriment, and she finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else. She has a calm demeanor and an active sense of humor, and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she is very humble. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is torn by this, since she sees the whole pursuit of art as a waste of time. She tends to be, wait, hold on. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She occasionally overindulges, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She tends to be passive in discussions, and why do I keep losing my spot? And she often feels discouraged. She tends to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she often feels lustful. She is annoyed when she starts to talk, and when she's annoyed, she starts to talk slowly, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Welcome to the Fort, Bastet. Baby pops on Banksy. Baby poops on Banksy, and screw nature. Although, to be fair, I'm pretty sure Banksy probably poops on Banksy at this point. Further research is required. Baby is unamused at the artistry of Andy Warhol. Further research is required. We'll report back after accumulating more research. All right. I'm trying to think of like other improvements I can make to this. I guess I could make it wrap around both sides. It would take a little bit. But if I make it wrap around both sides, you know what's hilarious? Guess who's DMing me on Discord? Did I literally say don't DM me or reach out on any platform, I'll block you? Didn't I literally just say that? Responds with a thread on Reddit saying, people agree with me on this, gullible is not an insult. I do not give a fuck. Blocking you, goodbye. Deleting the message. I expect an email in 15 minutes. Oh, Christ, some people's children. Can I cash out crypto easily? Yeah, but I move it into stable coins more than I cash it out. I don't like cashing out crypto because of, I mean, I can literally click a button and it goes into my PayPal in seconds. So yes, it's very easy for me to cash out PayPal, but I don't generally cash it out because I'd rather sit on it. I trade it pretty frequently though, from coin to coin. Why? I also have like 4 wallets, but on different services in one local wallet. Currently, most of my stuff is sitting in DAI, though, stablecoin. Just because of the current crashes, but is what it is. All right, let's pull this lever. Shut the pumps off, let it drain a bit, and we're going to do some more expansions. I want to wrap this around this way to give it more drains up top because the water is kind of not draining out as quickly as I'd like up top here. And I think that if we could just go up both sides, it'd be more efficient. So we'll do that. It doesn't matter what you think is or isn't an insult. What matters is what are people insulted by. It's literally that simple. The crypto tips are very useful and appreciated. I mean, another thing that's also useful, which doesn't cost you anything, is if you use Brave, you can throw basic attention token at me every month. I make about $20 in Ethereum off of basic attention token per month from people, just randomly sending them to me, so. Like, even those are useful and appreciated. Did I not? Oh, maybe I turned it back on. I think I pulled the lever twice. Whoops. Pull them again. There you go. Let's make some more expansions on this thing. I think what would be the best way to do this? Could just start working on it now if we do it this way. As long as you don't alter public disorder. In relation to what? Just that example I used earlier? Hello, son? Or is this related to the crypto question? You can do that at nude beaches here in the summer. There's a few places actually where it's legal to be naked in public in the summer here. It's basically, as long as you're not around children, you're probably fine. It's funny that that was the hill that they died on. At the end of the day, when you're in my chat, you're in my house. It's that simple. And if someone tells you that something is insulting in their house, then it doesn't matter what your take is. Literally, it doesn't. So we're letting the water up top here drain out through the fountains. And then we're going to add in more drains. Which is why I have to explain to my dad why he can't say the R word, right? Which is a word that people like, a lot of people in my chat are super sensitive to, you know? And it's like one of those words that for my generation and the generation that I'm a part of, every year that word gets worse. Whereas other words change. Like the offensiveness level of a word changes based on the people that are using it, right? Language changes over time. There are certain things I used to say when I was younger that I cannot say now. That would get me probably booted off of Twitch if I said them now, that I used to say all the time, right? And that was, what, 10 years ago? It's not been that long. I'm pretty sure it's illegal to walk around naked in Canada, or whatever it's worth. I'm pretty sure that it's illegal, unless you're in like a specific place where you're allowed to. Now I'm just looking at crypto markets because of the crypto tip. I'm gonna close this. That's a bad thing to be looking at while I'm streaming. Get that after. A few adult sites have filmed in the streets of Barcelona because of that. Yeah, I think like if you're in an establishment that is rated for adult entertainment, you can kind of do what you want. You don't think that being naked in public and all I'm thinking about right now, chat, is the do you remember when the UK tried to ban face sitting? And then there was just a whole bunch of people in front of British Parliament like sitting on people's faces fully clothed outside saying we're not abusing or hurting anybody. Does anybody remember that? Or is that just me? Because that was a fun, like, 30 minutes when that happened. Oh, like filming outside? Oh, yeah, filming outside is fine. You can film whatever the fuck you want outside. Honey? Hold on, let me find the article. This is a legit thing that happened. Yeah, this was 2014. Let's see if I can find pictures of them. I'm not going to link. Yeah, it's like, here, I'm not going to show this, but here's a BBC article because I don't want to give you guys a CNN article. But there's plenty of pictures in that. They're very funny. Very, very, very funny. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. Monty Python is pretty on the point there. Of all of the random memories you have, of all of the what do you mean by random? Like random memories? What do you mean by RAM memories? You weren't expecting that one today. I mean, you're welcome, I guess. I'm happy to have enriched your day with random bullshit that you wish you forgot about and probably did up until about 10 seconds ago. I mean, come on. I'm providing a service. I am reminding you of bullshit information that you didn't need to know. I mean, I know of the album Random Access Memory, but I didn't realize it was a phrase outside of that. It was literally they were trying to ban sex acts in porn. And it was like a very long list of things that could be considered abuse. It was like spanking, face-sitting, this sentence, demonetization. But no, there was a long list of sex acts that they banned in adult film in the UK. Sort of like how in Japan everything is censored. And they just banned a whole bunch of things. And people protested. And I think it got walked back. So they protested and they won. It's just funny. I don't know. It was a very weird minute in British politics. And it's one of the ones that I remember for some odd reason. Just because of how hilarious and memorable it was. Like, it was, when that was happening, like, I remember streaming, I would think I was streaming around that point. That or I was, like, in a friend's stream or something. Hold on, let me, like, actually look up, like, when that happened. Yeah, I'd, like, just started streaming again after taking 6 months off. Because I moved into this apartment and started in November, and it was 12th December, 2014. So yeah, I just started streaming again. I remember like talking on stream with a friend about like how I thought that was just like the funniest shit, and it was good memories. Good memories. I don't know, weird memories, but good memories. Yeah, no, absolutely, and like. I don't know. It's just like the UK's prudishness kind of rearing its ugly, horny head, I guess. All right, let's put that in. Oh, absolutely. No, totally. Like those are the best kind of protests. The protests that hurt are the ones that are like controversial, that you don't agree with, that are happening, that you know are happening, and you can't do anything about it. But those kind of protests are just fucking fun. Patchwork, what up, my dude? How's things? Speaking of people that I can have heated discussions and disagree on and still be friends with, I hope you're doing well, Patchwork. We started up super late today because I was watching the F1 race and having an emergency meeting with my team. But, are you good to go? I can tell you one, and I can explain that in one word sideways: religion. That's why. That's why so many countries work so hard to eliminate pornography, is religion. Old-fashioned practices. Me? Patrick? I guess I'm supposed to say you, but... People protest, you get pepper sprayed? I mean, if you were protesting pornography laws, I don't think you'd get pepper sprayed, but those are a different kind of protest. I don't want to say a protest that matters, but matters more than what can legally be put in porn, I would say. Probably multiple people here. Yeah, I mean, like, that's such a generalized thing. It's like, guess who's single and doing better because of it? Half my chat, maybe? Me? Few people I know? Well, with Japan, that would just be prudishness. But you might be surprised. Stop horny. Stop being horny on main. That's why you get alts to be horny. Horny on main never ends well for anybody. I've always wanted to, like, because here in Vancouver we have a street called Main, and there's a strip club on that street, and I've always wanted to, like, graffiti their sign that says "Stop being horny on Main" or something. But one of these days I'll grow some balls and just graffiti that sign because it'd be too funny. We got to pick between a life partner and dwarves. Not quite. I don't think so. But then again, I can't keep track of any of the LGBTQ flags just because it's not something that I pay attention to frequently, so. Cover your bases, though. Randomly pepper spraying people? Huh. That seems not productive. Hey, do it. What up? I mean, I always have to hover. I have some of them memorized, but not. You don't actually know the flag? Yeah, I would have no idea what it would look like. I know what the ace one is, though. That's one of the commonly used ones. I know, like, the big three. But... they have strict laws for population control reasons. But at the very least, for a lot of countries, the answer is religion. It's not always the answer, but it's a large portion of the answer for a lot of Western countries specifically. Like, I mean, I don't live in Japan and I don't live in China, so I can't really speak to those countries specifically, but what I can do is speak for my country and my neighbors, which aren't that culturally different from my country in a lot of ways. Or it's usually religion. It's usually religion. Is why so many places are so prudish. Ragnar, thanks for the raid. Cheers. Were you rimming today or doing something else? Rimming? Cheers. Did anything particularly noteworthy happen, if I can ask? I agree, Immortal has more of a religious sense than unethical, but there are mortality laws. Also, just, like, people being old-fashioned. Like, the way people treated that kind of content 100 years ago versus the way it's treated now. People are a lot more open and culturally accepting and better, and sometimes that clashes with the older generation that's still running the countries. So that also is part of the reason. You know, like, even a country like Saudi Arabia, there's a lot of incredible young people who live in those countries that are constantly getting talked down on because the leadership of their countries are absolute asinine fucks. You know? It's like, just because the leadership of the country is terrible doing awful things constantly doesn't mean that there aren't like open, accepting, wonderful people that live there, right? And that's how a lot of this shit goes a lot of the time. And it's like, then people get a bad rap for things that their country is doing, which just sucks and nobody wins. So, you know, like there was actually really, I mean, I talk about F1 too much, but I listened to a podcast called Shift F1, and they got an email from one of their listeners in Saudi Arabia who was going to the race that happened today. And he's just like, you know, there's been a lot of criticism leveled at my country recently, but like, we're a much more accepting people than I think some people in the West realize. It's like, the people, yes. People in charge, not so much. So it kind of almost doesn't matter. But it's fun. Which sucks, because porn gotta make money, dude. People gotta make money. People are not their government, but people can absolutely be influenced by their government. Disco. One of your colonists got turned into a deer. Okay, because one bullet managed to get past his armor, but the past is nothing too memorable? Got turned into a deer? How do you get turned into a deer because a bullet got past your armor? I'm confused. You mean got, like, deaded like a deer? Or what? I'm so perplexed by that statement. How does somebody get turned into a deer by getting shot? It's like sudden polymorph, yeah, right? It's like a bullet-powered polymorph. I mean, I'm not necessarily discounting it, because it could just be a strange mod, but still. It was a cursed bullet cursed with the power of polymorph. Cheers, Disco. See you when you get back. But yeah, no, it's weird conversations today. You picked a weird stream to stumble into, Dragoneer. We've been talking about like politeness, ethics, supporting streamers on different platforms versus supporting evil corporations and whether or not they're necessary, evil, or avoidable. We've talked about the UK trying to ban face sitting. Yeah, we've been all over the place today. It's been good. Started the stream super late because I watched the F1 race this morning and then got super locked up in a emergency meeting with my team. So it's been a long day so far. Day is not even going. You want to complain working on GitHub and it shows your profile. Wait, hold on. Showing in your profile that you're from Kiev, but nevertheless, documentation docs somewhere got refuted because I'm not a native English speaker. I have no idea. I know somebody who works at GitHub, but I can guarantee you he wouldn't be able to help you with that. That is bizarre. Yeah, I barely use GitHub. Like, I know how to use GitHub enough to be able to download zip files off of it. So I barely know how to use GitHub. No, I understand. I completely understand. I mean, an old friend of a friend who moved away some time ago, who I haven't spoken with in a couple of years because of that, used to do burlesque shows and strip shows. It was always very fun showing up to support her. Because me and two of my friends, we'd show up to her shows sometimes, and it was always like, all right, don't look at your friend's girlfriend. Don't look at your friend's girlfriend. All right, bye. It was always fun. Good memories. Wait until you put a shirt on and then we can hang out. Oh, you applied to them? Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. That is weird. Yeah, I know what you mean by you work on open projects at GitHub. I know what you mean. Someone in chat might be able to help. I know some people use GitHub. Disco, GitHub is hard to use because it's designed for programmers, not for end users. So for end users, it's a nonsensical mess, but for programmers, it's fine. You have a mod that allows you to mutate people into animal people. Oh, but there's weapons that can forcibly do the same. Okay, so literally it was a polymorph bullet then. That makes sense. These weapons are interesting, but completely nullify all armor defenses, so you never use these weapons, and you don't like it when random enemies have them. But you can't turn those weapons off because you know nothing about remote modding. Okay, fair enough. Aside from just completely disabling the mod. That is funny. Was that a tantrum? No, it wasn't. Okay. Okay, fair enough. I've always been under the opinion that programmers knew how to use GitHub with no problems, so... Or I've always been under that impression. Maybe that was an incorrect impression, but that's always been my impression of GitHub, is that people who use GitHub know how to use GitHub, but... Friend of us got a solid mission to an invite-only Suicide Girls event in London. Awesome. Yeah, I can believe that. If that happened to me and it was a relative, I would legit just get up and leave. I'd just go to the bathroom for whatever that portion was. I wouldn't be able to stay in there. That would be too weird. Or like buy tickets and then not show up. It's like, here, I'll buy a ticket, but I can't be there. That's not something I need in my brain, thanks. Using GitHub is harder than programming. Oh my god. All right. Noted. Programmer claims using GitHub is harder than programming. Question, what's harder, using GitHub or playing Dwarf Fortress, though? That's the true question. I mean, it's really weird, because, like, I support some people who make not safe for work content. But I do it on different accounts with different emails, because I don't want to accidentally cross-promote that stuff on my stream ever, because I would get banned like that. You know? It's like, Dwarf Fortress is more complicated? I don't know. It took me 10 minutes to figure out how to download something the first time I was on GitHub, so I don't know about that. But maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I'm sure it's one of those platforms that if you use it frequently, it's fine. I can't say anything negative about GitHub, though, because if I do, then, like, I'm gonna get attacked. They will come out of the woodwork, and they will eat me. I won't survive the night. GitHub fans, they're terrifying. That's why you can't do art on Twitch. A friend of mine, named Jerome Stout, who will pop in on stream sometimes. He used to be a mod in the channel, but he's just, he's a VIP now. He got banned from Twitch for 30 days for drawing an artistic nude on Twitch, which I still think to this day is hilarious, because he was doing it with, like, chalk and, like, hand painting, and it was beautiful looking. But it was a fucking lady with a big-ass tit in the middle of it. So, and he's still offended to this day, and it's very funny. You had to use it due to some people that you worked with, and you were like, this cheat sheet, and I followed it to the letter. Every second time you used it, something got fucked up, and so in total maybe 50 times something got fucked up randomly, and it was this difficult, the same error every time. At least. Mod is also polymorph rocket launcher, which isn't. Oh yeah, because like what, splatter polymorph? Yeah, I believe that being impossible. 100-person raids in one shot. I mean, theoretically you could just do that with the air quotes nuke, but yeah, I could believe like splash damage on that would be ridiculous. Worst part of it is if you're a teacher and you can't do a ton of. Is that a nipple? How dare you? That's just a really big pimple in the left of her chest. It's fine. Programming DF factorial get up. So wait, then where's like Space Chem on that list and Opus Magnum? Where do we put the Zectronics games on that list of complexity? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. There's 1,000%, you know, services where you can stream not safe for work art. But Twitch is not really friendly to those services, which I think is fine, personally. I would vehemently agree with that. Fine. Yep, no, it is Turing complete. This is true. Most people don't play it as a programming language, though. So even though it is, that's not a use that it gets very often. But you are correct. I don't even know what Advent of Code is. Is that like an advent calendar, but for code? I was gonna say, what the fuck's a gadat? I bought a gadat. A what? That's a fun Wikipedia page to look at, Disco. Day 4 of what? Oh, for Advent of for Advent of Code. I haven't even opened it. What is Advent of Code? Oh. Huh. That's an interesting looking layout. I like this website because it looks like a roguelike. But neat. It's a cool looking website. A Git dads? It's a dad who explains Git to you in dad terms and dad jokes, right? Where did my green rocks or my green blocks go? Green glass, green glass. The day that I have a search function in this menu will be so nice. Obviously, you're complete trash at it at the moment. You should see the Miku pedal that Hobo just bought. Hold on, let me see if I can link it. I don't know if I'm assuming this is public. Yeah, I think that video is public. He sent it to me in a DM. You should learn how to play Wonderwall. Or Stairway to Heaven. Then you can reenact the scene from well, what's that movie called? Wayne's World. Duh. No Stairway to Heaven. So is this a benefit of now being single and doing better in regards to the guitar? As a secret recession portal. Redirection portal on google.com, it has this crazy enough people. Wait, what? Oh, to people who, like, hack into it? Was that what you're talking about? Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about then. Trying to learn chords and such. The nice thing about learning a musical instrument, as somebody who's learned multiple musical instruments in his life, is right now is, like, the easiest time in the world to learn a musical instrument. Just because, yo, you could probably just learn to play guitar by watching YouTube videos. With her an hour ago? Damn! Damn. Okay. Congrats. If you want to vent, feel free, by the way. I'm all for listening to people complain and vent about relationships. That's always entertaining. Also, it's healthy. Let's do that. It was a long time coming. Often is. It often is long time coming with a lot of those things. Chordify? Chordify? What is Chordify? Is that like a guitar thing? Anton? Procrastination, yes. No, I know what you mean, Dituro. I know what you mean. But right now, like, that's always been a problem with learning instruments, right? Is procrastination. But like, There are more resources right now than ever to learn an instrument from home without a teacher. That's all I'm trying to say. Which I think you agree with. But yeah. Procrastination is definitely a massive debuff to learning anything. Also, I mean, there's also stuff like Rocksmith, which allegedly is getting another one. They're supposedly making another Rocksmith at some point. I don't know if it'll ever come out or if people will play it, but you mean like Rocks? You mean was he playing with Rocksmith? Because he might have. If it looked like Guitar Hero, but it was a regular guitar, it's probably Rocksmith. You plug a specific adapter into the back of your guitar, and you plug it into your computer, and it listens to the pitch. Put in a lot of effort to make it work, and there was no payback and constant downplaying of your opinions and needs, and then turning around and blaming you for not seeing eye to eye, and there's no understandability to that. Yeah, I mean, when my ex left Patchwork, from my point of view, I was always doing everything in my power for her. Like, literally everything that... the vast majority of the decisions that I made, aside from, like, going to concerts, was to make her day-to-day better. And then when she left, she more or less accused me of isolating her. And it's like, well, if anything, technically, I'd say it's the other way around. But it was kind of a tough pill to swallow at the time. Yep. No, I can completely relate to that. I can completely relate to that. You make a ton of sacrifices and you ask the other person to make sacrifices and they go, "What?" It's not gonna work, man. Why did I read that in WoW Bitcoin? I read that as BTC, not TBC, and I was like, what? It's like, that's a lot of Bitcoin. Holy shit. Yeah, I would expect you to have that kind of look on your face. Man, because of that heated argument earlier, it feels like I've been streaming for 17 hours. Like, I'm just fucking exhausted, but I've only been on for 3. I've barely turned my stream on. You own Earth now? Pog? I will, can you charge me less rent than my landlord? Sad part is 231 Bitcoin would not be enough money to own Earth. You'd be rich, you'd be set, but you wouldn't own Earth. You could probably buy a lot of land though. It's like listening to your parents fight again, it's exhausting. I sound like your parents? That's bad, I'm sorry. Fuck, man. I can't believe he fucking DM'd me. Can't believe that. But, yeah, I hope that, you get the opportunity to vent Patchwork, and I hope that, shit works out. I mean, for what it's worth, like, it does kind of... Did you miss someone getting banned? Yeah, I banned Oblivion. Again, technically. Also, there you go. What's up, audio? How you do? It's good to see you. I was like, literally, I literally stated at the end of the discussion that don't you fucking DM me, I will just block you, and don't send me an email. And he sent me a DM like 3 minutes later. I was kind of expecting him to come back on an alt, but he hasn't yet. I was wondering if that, troll account detection thing on Twitch would get tested, but... I gave him enough opportunities to jump out, just as Userin said. But regardless, how's your weekend been, Audio? What you been up to? How's stuff, I assume? Arguments and like heated discussions like that can be funny, Axon, but fuck me, they're exhausting. Like, holy shit. They're bloody exhausting. But also, I just want to say a quick thanks, chat, because like, I had a really good turnout today. And I started the stream 4 hours late, so. What are we building? I built this, which is a drain system for community showers in my tavern. And I'm currently doubling the size of the drain because I was having some minor flooding issues. Not major flooding issues, but flooding issues that were bad enough up here that I'm like, let's just double the size of the drain. So that's all I'm doing, doubling the size of the drain. Will give us the ability to put in some more vents on the top. Yeah, well. Yeah, you can't save them all. So. I wish that, like, I genuinely wished I lived in a world where I didn't ever need to ban people from my chat, but that's why we have a ban button, right? Sometimes they need to go. Showers help by pumping water up above the dwarves and down onto the dwarves. It makes mist, and dwarves love being near mist. Water gets pumped out of this creek right here by this power here, up through here. Oopsies, up, not down. It's powered by those windmills there. They go the water then goes up to here, and then flows out of here, around here, into this contraption, and then down through these grates, which then fall down through the tavern and make showers. Also, one of the grates got knocked out of place. Kind of annoying. Let's make 10 more as well. We're gonna make them out of, let's make them out of Gavro because I have so much of it. You got the rest of the floor out that you had to go from the water damage, and then the life gave you another middle finger, and you had to get your car towed for the mechanic this morning, and you're still packing for your trip tomorrow morning? Oh my god. You should chat with Eggman, because it sounds like you've had a very similar experience that he had when he bought his house. Because, like, when Eggman bought his house, it was like, within a couple of weeks of buying his house, it was like, yo, so I'm getting all of my entire basement redone because, like, there's just, I think it was mold and asbestos damage. Best of the popular social networks at handling disinformation. It has so much toxic people driving around. Oh no, absolutely. Like I've had people, like comment on like because I post on Reddit pretty frequently, right? And there was a little bit. I ended up reporting and blocking this guy, and it eventually stopped. But for a good while there, I had this one person who would comment on every single one of my posts. Didn't matter what it was. Anything, anywhere on Reddit, because you can follow people on Reddit and get notifications whenever they post. Anytime I would post, you would comment on it, crappy things about me and my stream. Like, completely out of context. Didn't matter what community it was in. And it was a dummy account. That's all that this person did, was it just would comment crappy things about my stream. And they did it for about 2 weeks. Like, 4 or 5 times a day. Because that's about how often I post on Reddit. It's a couple times a day. On various subreddits. Not always game related, not always work related, but like I post on the depression subreddit pretty frequently. I post on vids, I post on pics, I post on shower beer, mostly comments on that one, and various other places on Reddit. And I've done that for years. And this person, like, no matter what subreddit was just follow me around. There's some really fucking horrible people. Yeah, no burning it with fire. Tier. No burning it with fire. I mean, I've talked about before why I don't have, I used to have a 100 channel point lurker hello. Or initially it was a 1 channel point lurker hello, and then I made it 100. But I had to get rid of it because when you follow a channel, you get 300 channel points, right? And there was this person who really didn't like me for some reason because I stopped playing a game that I used to play years ago. And what they would do is they would come into my channel and they would make like maybe a dozen accounts that were just my username with racial slurs in them. So it'd be like my username, racial slur, or racial slur, or various other slur, my username, that sort of thing. And they would just follow me, get 300 channel points, and spam the lurker hello 3 times. And I'd ban them, and then they would do it again. Then I would ban them, and then they would do it again. And I had to get rid of the lurker hello for that reason. Make that peahen available as a pet. So those make good pets. So you want to talk about free time? Some people have way too much free time. You know, sometimes like I joke about the harassment that I've gotten in the past. It's like, it's serious. Like, it's... Even if you hate somebody, you have better things to do with your time and energy. Yep. There's plenty of people I hate. I pretend they don't exist. It hurts them more. It's not an absurd number of people. My guess, Axon, it's about 3. It's not an absurd number of people. It's about 3. But when you take into account that I have 14,306 followers on Twitch, 8,000 followers on, or 8,000 subscribers, 8,500 subscribers on YouTube, and 1.3 million views on this channel. Yeah, I know, Anton. I know. I mean, there was a brief period there, which is a long time ago now, where I got a lot of dick pics from a particular individual who just kept sending me dick pics. So, I can imagine. I can imagine. There was a person who I banned as well. Different accounts. Always the same dick. A double check account creation, avoid that. Why can you make a dozen accounts? Because of how Twitch works. But fortunately, the way Twitch works now, they can ban them all easier. And usually they don't even get into chats these days because of how Twitch chat works these days. I've just never recreated the role because it made me feel kind of ill. I would usually respond with a bigger one. Patchwork. And then block them. That's generally what I did. No, same dick, different angle. I don't know, like, of all of the harassment that I've gotten over the years that has stuck with me, that's the one that I still think is kind of funny. I still think that one is kind of funny. And I've had various forms of harassment from different places over the years. That's all. I have nothing to say to that, Anton. That's just funny. And there's nothing you can do about it. Just protect yourself. Oh, no, I know. I know, Lalasan. Absolutely. There's always going to be, would be to edit the picture, make it more visually appealing. Just Photoshop it. No, that's too much effort, to be honest with you. Too much effort. I'm not willing to put that much effort into people being assholes to me. We got a lot of clothing to get rid of. So we'll just do clothing. No, because I'm still straight. I mean, I'm a connoisseur of one, and that's mine. Nobody else's. Take very good care of mine. Damn it. Of early LAN party days where you had a guy, or a guy had a bunch of reels on his computer. So anyway, you would often place pranks on each other on this dude and edit it, or... It's almost... Yeah, that's funny. That's funny, fine. Same dick, different Instagram filters. Sounds like a Monday. A little bit. Sounds like a Monday. A weird conversation, chat. To be completely honest with you. I mean, like, I've been streaming for 9 years, right, Anton? So for me, it's part of the job. Is every now and again you're going to need to deal with someone who's just going to be a dick, right? Sometimes it's me being the dick and I have to deal with me, and that's usually the case, actually. And then I need to, like, put myself in my place and realize that other people are human too and have their own takes and perspectives and opinions. But part of the job in this, when you work as any kind of public figure, is you have to deal with people occasionally. And it's just part of the job description as far as I'm concerned. Yes. Not dicks, though. It's Malachite already? Yeah. Well, actually, we're in Hematite early summer. And Mayor's been re-elected. What is my favorite dwarf fortress? Like my favorite fortress I've ever built? Is that the question? I'm not gonna click that link to Turo. Yeah, we're not quite in Malachite. We're only in Hematite. Getting there though. Regardless of who it's from. I liked it when it was from my ex, when she wasn't my ex. That was nice. Those days were fun. It's kind of impressive to you to see how streamers with a smaller chat deal with shit sometimes. Well, like, see, here's the thing, right? With a big chat, it doesn't matter because it's only going to be there for half a second, right? Like, if there's 2,000 people watching a Twitch stream and the chat's kind of toxic, it really doesn't matter. Like, and I've run streams and I've worked on streams that are like that before, and I've managed those chats, and it really doesn't matter at that point because it's gone so fast. Right? All the streamer needs to do is make a meme and it completely change or state a meme or list off an emote and it completely changes the landscape of chat, right? For me, if somebody says something, it is a very real possibility that it's going to sit there for 10 minutes, right? Like it is a very real possibility that will still be on my screen in 10 minutes. Chat's been pretty chatty today. Like we've had some good babbles back and forth, but like there will definitely be days where I don't, or where chat doesn't move very quickly and someone will say something that, I don't know, I'm not going to say makes me mad, which isn't necessarily true, but something that I don't like to see. Like, just a shitty joke. Let's just use that as an example. Like, just kind of a cruddy joke. I don't want to stare at that for the next 10 minutes. Which is why I moderate my chat as heavily as I do. Maybe harder than I should, to a degree. But because it makes some people feel kind of alienated. Like, one of the more stirring examples for me was... I was playing Risk of Rain, and one person was so upset that they couldn't use Pepe's in my chat or KEKW. They're like, I can't express laughter in your chat, so I can't watch your stream. It's like, I mean, that's unfortunate, but like, I don't like KEKW because the context of that emote is often directed at the streamer, right? Which is why it says I'm stupid if you type in KEKW, instead of the KEKW emote. It's like, if you want to show your laughter, use LOL, right? Use the emotes that Twitch has provided. A lot of those emotes are directed at being mean to the streamer, and I don't want to encourage memes for you guys to mock me or make fun of me, which was my initial problem with that person that I banned earlier today, Oblivion, right? My issue with him was a lot of his humor was directed at mocking me. The dark Google shit? Hiring portal? I don't know how you would show it to me. Are you talking about like sending me a screenshot or something? I mean, I'm aware that they have weird back-end ways of hiring people. I watched a documentary about DEF CON once that covered that sort of stuff. Like the hacking convention. What kind of tea am I drinking? It's cold tea. This is Stash brand chai spice. Decaf or non-caffeinated spice chai. It's just like basically like cinnamon spicy stuff. It's tasty. because I drank all my coffee while I was watching F1 this morning, and didn't really want to drink more coffee. So rather than making a second pot and having 5 cups of coffee instead of 2, because I had some left over from yesterday, I just kind of had the 2 cups of coffee this morning that were left over from yesterday, and then just made tea. You need access to view this. This is a restricted link. Anton. It's not because you don't have a sense of humor, more likely because you have a more refined sense of humor. I'm not gonna be any more pretentious than I need to be, so I don't know if I'm gonna agree with that, Orion, but you could use that as an example, sure. I don't like jokes that are you putting people at the expense, you know? Like, if you're going to make a joke and I'm at the expense of the joke, that's just kind of mean and weighs on me after a full day of that. Oh, it's all good, Anton. Huh. You know what that reminds me of? If anybody wants to see it, click on the link that Anton linked. This reminds me of Hackmud on Steam. I don't know if you've heard of Hackmud, but reminds me of Hackmud. This game, kind of, which is a weird game because it kind of does just look like this. Yeah, disparaging. That's a good joke. That's a good word to use. Disparaging. With a problem baked in? That's kind of neat, Strifewood. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a programmer. I know some basic PHP and HTML, but I hesitate to even call that programming. I know enough Python to crash a computer, and that's about it. I know how to make it count to infinity, which will eventually crash a computer, which I had some fun with years ago, but I know enough about how computers work to fiddle. That's about it. I've just kind of learned it's not really my yep, Bumblebee. It's just not my strong suit. Like I don't even enjoy programming games or programming in games that have it available as an option. I just don't like that process. I don't find it fun. It's not the kind of puzzle I enjoy, and I do enjoy puzzles. It's just not a puzzle or style of puzzle that I enjoy. And you make programs, and if there's a bug that's machine's a big repair bill, yeah, because it smashes into something, right? You work in a weirdly similar industry as my dad, because my dad also does automation. It's just different type of automation. If my dad programs something incorrectly, it's like costs the company hundreds of thousands of dollars. And lost time and damages. Sometimes millions. It's like dealing with an insane bureaucracy. Why is that? Where's Eggman? we need our GitHub employee in chat to agree with all of you, probably. Wonder how you test a program like that? 3D simulations in the case of my dad. .3D simulations and a lot of math. You consider game programmers heroes, actually, to how much overtime their workspaces get accustomed to? Fortunately, I mean, that's being worked out of at least the higher end of the industry, Anton. Like, let me find an article real quick. This is a very bright webpage. Not easy to read on a stream. Business Insider article, that'll do. Studio behind the blockbuster Tomb Raider game is switching to a 4-day work week for its staff and cutting hours from 40 to 32 and keeping the salaries the same. So, like, there is some legwork being made there. I could give you that article if you like. But and granted, that is one company. That is one studio. So it's not everybody. That's one Canadian studio. Very slow test runs as well. Yeah, you run things at half speed. Programming without screens, but tube valves, yes. Keeping the salary but without overtime pay? Because they're salary, yes, unfortunately. That's the negative of working salary. You just hate the 5-day work week, give you 10. You know, the happiest I've ever been in my life, Patchwork, with a job, was when I did 10-hour shifts 4 days a week at the factory that I worked at. That was the happiest I've ever been at a job. I got 4 breaks. I got an hour-long lunch break in the middle. It was great. The hour-long lunch break was part of your shift too, so you got a paid hour in the middle that you didn't need to work. And then you got 4 halves around the edges that weren't paid, but or two halves and 2 15s that weren't paid, but so it was technically like a 13-hour shift, but I mean that's basically what I do now. Minus the hour off in the middle. This shit's so cool though, audio. Like, it's just so cool. Got some things to do. Cheers, man. Take care of yourself. Ooh, another Songs of Six patch. But I mean, we'll see how the IDOS Montreal thing turns out. You know, I mean, if there's like a big expose on it in 8 months, that's like, well, we're all working the same hours anyway, then yeah, that sucks. But I think the idea is just the industry needs better management and better time management primarily, and if they can get it to that point, then that's just gonna benefit everybody. Dwarf wants to fight. The squad. Yeah, you're in the Eternal Guard. Let's get the Eternal Guard training for a bit. With 10-hour standards and no one gives a shit. Guess when the kids don't like a dirty job, the internet does give a fuck? Wait, what? What do you mean? Working in an industry where 10 hours is standard, where 10 hours is a standard workday and no one gives a shit. Guess when kids don't like a dirty job, the internet does give a fuck. I don't fully understand what you're saying. Are you saying that you work too many hours and no one cares? Is that what you're suggesting? Because I care. 10 hours is a long fucking workday, dude. I don't think it's fair to say that nobody gives a shit. I think it's more of a nobody has said anything yet. Is usually the case in my experience with that sort of thing. It's not that no one cares, it's that no one has had the opportunity to care yet. Because in order for changes and action to happen, people need to complain, right? The like actual fortunate thing about a lot of the lawsuits that are going on in the games industry right now is it will make shit better for people because it's impacting the money that the rich people make. And if the rich people make less money, then they will want changes and they will want things to be better. It sucks that people need to be damaged in order for things to get better for everybody overall, but the very least, things are getting better. Also, tech archive, that airport server rooms is just, yeah, I believe it. I believe that airport server rooms are kind of incredible. Don't doubt it. All right, let's get back to this. I believe that airport server rooms would be like walking into a museum. Server tech from the 90s or 80s. One of the funniest things that my dad had to deal with recently is he was very, very mad at one of the robots that they just bought for automating part of the factory on one of their bigger jobs because it has DRM and firmware that insists on calling home, and the Wi-Fi in the building isn't good enough for it to call home. So they reached out to the manufacturer and they're like, is there a way we can turn this functionality off? And they're like, no, it's in the terms of service. You have to use it. So they had to put Wi-Fi repeaters into where they work to be able to use this fucking machine. What robot did they buy? I don't know. I genuinely have no idea what robot they bought. I just think that it's kind of incredible. But they're now having to rig up Wi-Fi repeaters in there. It's absolutely awful, but it's also incredible. It's kind of like, you know, a bunch of YouTube videos going viral because farmers have DRM on their tractors. Did anybody else here remember when those articles all started coming out? Because like, oh, farmers are having to jailbreak their tractors because like DRM is expensive. Everzone is screaming in outrage about the horrendous times developers work, but if you look at the classical industry jobs, overtime is expected from society, and usually the only way to make some cash is to put outside, so you all work 10 to 12-hour work days as standard. I don't really mind most of the time, but you can't give any sympathy for the public outcry over the last years. If overtime is the overtime paid, then they have no reason to complain. When they sign up, if it's not paid, get another job. I completely agree with you, but the 5-day work week is something that our species has invented in the last 200, 300 years, which didn't exist before then. And we as a creature, like as an animal, we are not designed to work that much. And so while I kind of agree with you, not everybody is always in the position of being able to just say, fuck it, I'll get another job. As somebody who's been in the position of, if I don't make the $800 I need to make this week off of this job, I won't be able to buy groceries next week. I've been in that position before. And I also had rent to pay. And other bills. So it's not always as easy as just get another job, unfortunately. But also because we work, we live in a world where we need to stop expanding at the rate that we are, at the speed that we are, because if we keep expanding at the rate we are and building at the speed that we are, the planet is going to fall the fuck over. So it literally benefits us to work less. If we can keep the same amount of efficiency, distributing resources and food, while working less, that literally does nothing but benefit the planet. So for me, it's almost less of a public outcry, people are lazy and need to work less. It's less of that and more of a, we need to rethink our philosophy of how work is as a species. Because we are not designed to work this much. It impacts some more than others. And we need to be producing less. So while I agree with you that if you signed up for a job and it is a lot of work and it's too much work and you can't handle it, get another job, I do agree with you on that point. I can't agree with you on the point philosophically. So, and the thing that I always tell my dad, my dad, like, the place where my dad works is having a fucking hell of a time hiring young people, right? And they can't hire young people and they can't keep young people. Young people quit because it's a lot of work and the pay is not brilliant. They pay about 30 cents above minimum wage. But they are a fucking injection mold making company that works in disposable plastics primarily. What is the thing that we need to get rid of on this planet? Disposable plastics. Admittedly, about 40% of the stuff they create is medical, right? So they make like medicine caps and pill bottles and that sort of stuff. The little plastic pieces that go inside of syringes, they make those things, right? Stuff that goes in hospitals. I go through a lot of disposable plastic every day with my diabetes supplies. But they also make name tags that are one use and disposable. That is one of their biggest income revenues. And as a young person, I would feel fucking guilty working there. Because I know for a fact that we need to shut those places down and change how that works. We need to be different as people. So it's less of a people are whiny and are made to work too much by their bosses. It's less of a that and more of a we need to work less as people, because if everybody worked a 4-day work week, that's a lot less gas that we're using for all the people that are still driving cars. Imagine if every single commuter stopped commuting on Fridays. How much less gas we'd use every year. Imagine if every single airport shut down on Saturdays. Imagine how many less flights there would be. Like, legit, that's what we need to be doing as a species. So that's more my argument when I'm talking about this stuff. It's like some people are affected by long work hours more than others. So it's kind of a situational thing when it comes to that. But for me personally, I am in the luckiest position in the world that I get to live and work at home. And this is thanks to you people out in the chat room. But like, a lot of people work in jobs that are completely counterproductive to the politics that we are, or to the environmentalism that we are trying to employ as a species. So, if everybody works 10-hour work days, 5 days a week, everybody has to work 10-hour work days, 5 days a week to compete. If everybody works 8-hour work days, 4 days a week, then nobody has to work more than that because everybody can keep up with that same amount of workload. And not everybody can work the same amount. So my ability to work has like completely shifted since I became disabled too. Like I used to be able to stream. There was a year straight where I did a 24-hour stream every Friday. Every Thursday into Friday. I did a 24-hour stream once a week because I had that amount of energy and that work ethic, and I did it. I also was streaming 12 hours multiples a day during the week. I streamed ridiculous hours, and I also streamed daily. So I would stream for 24 hours, sleep for 4, and then stream for another 4. Like, I would do that. I did a 36-hour stream once because I used to have that energy. I don't anymore because I'm disabled. And if everybody else is expected to work 10-hour workdays at a traditional job, suddenly I am massively disadvantaged because I physically am incapable of doing that, which is partially why I'm on a form of disability. 50% of my market is blockchains and cryptocurrencies and NFTs. You know I go to work there because there's already 1,500 currencies and ICO bankrupts on average every 3 months. Yep. Mm-hmm. No, I completely agree. You are wise to do so. I mean, blockchain technology is fascinating and important, but like, there's other technologies that we should be working on as well. So, the economy is built around money being made when debt is made, so pay back the money and you need more money. It doesn't add up. The effect is that the economy must constantly expand at a percentage not to crash. Yep. And it can't go like that, and mathematically it's impossible. The economy must crash, and rather soon. You think less than 10 years, maybe just a year. It depends on how insane people get. I don't know. Like, you guys are more than welcome to disagree with me on my points about not that it's about people being lazy, but we should be working less. You guys are more than welcome to disagree with me on that if you'd like. That's up to you. But for me, I think that the most important thing for our species right now is that we need to work less. Like, genuinely. And you know, there's parts of the world where like everything shuts down on Sundays. And I know that that's old bullshit religious shenanigans. But like, if the entire planet shut down every Sunday, literally, we'd save a lot of fuel. It's kind of a fact. But I digress. Reject economy, become crab. I like this plan. Where do I submit my vote? Sideways. Where do I submit my vote? That's the problem, right, Naked Stewie? That is the problem. I'm not coming to you with solutions. If I had solutions, I'd be a wealthy billionaire running a country. I don't have solutions. Nobody does, and that's why there's problems in the world right now, because nobody has solutions. But if you ever come up with one, let me know. Yep, this is also true. This is also true. I think Chad is rejecting economy and becoming crab. And that is why, and Stewie, being blunt, that is why our species will die out in the next 100 years. More or less. That's why we're all gonna die. Quite literally. It is because we are incapable of finding the solutions to these problems as a species. As you can tell, I am a very positive person who believes that who hopes for the best for our species. I am a very positive person, as you can tell, naturally. We're going to boil to death. Best thing that you can do is adopt pets and love them until we become soup. Yes. Buy pet snack. Love pet snack. Don't work too much overtime. Make art, not war. Quit blowing shit up. Absolutely, Mumblebed. Absolutely. Also, Spitalier, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but just know that I'm not going after you, yeah? Thanks for the interesting discussion starter. That was an interesting ramble. I don't know about you guys. Don't have more friggin' kids. You do realize that the U.S. is actually going to have elderly population problems because millennials aren't having children? Also, investments are open if you want to invest in chat capitalism. Chatbitalism. Chatbitalism? Kind of does look like a Pokeball. Yeah. A little lopsided. That wasn't the intention, though. I object heavily to your involuntary birth. Damn it, Mom! Life sucks. Love you, Mom, if you're watching. I don't know if I object to my birth. That's a bit extreme. Being alive is pretty cool, though. I don't know if I'd object to my birth. Life is a wonderful gift and you wouldn't wish it upon anybody? That's oddly poetic. You say that like it's a fact. Anyway. Guys, technically, no, we're not. Are we living in a simulation? Maybe. At the Matrix? No. The reason I kind of reject simulation theory is because it's just an atheist's creationist theory. It's like, I'm an atheist, so I'm going to figure out how to logic this in my brain without being religious and without calling it religion. Life's a simulation. All it is. You rip the Band-Aid off, so what you're saying is it's a very good horror game? Like when some people just like scream like little children playing Subnautica? This conversation kind of reminds me of somebody that I banned from my chat a little while ago. Maybe last year. Who always seemed like a bit of a workaholic. Person was always bragging about random things that you use on the internet that they helped design originally. Specifically, allegedly helped program one of the first adult camming websites. Or so they claimed anyway. And this person was a regular in the chat for a good couple of weeks. And then one day they went off on this rant about how everybody is so fucking lazy. And their reason for the rant was this person claimed to work 10-hour days. 10 to 20-hour days every day. And anybody who isn't willing to work as hard as he is lazy and doesn't deserve the right to money. Yes, as in porn. Adult camming is porn. Technical term for it. Camming is porn. If you're streaming, you're doing this. If you're camming, you're making porn. But literally just started such a harsh argument on that subject that after about 20 minutes of it, I was just like, well, I mean, have fun working yourself to death. And I ended up banning him. Because I was talking about my disabilities impacting my ability to work, and he was essentially just calling me weak and lazy. And it's like, working extremely long hours and extremely hard and for yourself is something that I do. I work extremely, like after I'm done streaming today, whenever I finish streaming, I worked for 2 hours before the stream because I had a long meeting. And after I finish the stream today, I'm going to go and edit a video, which I hope will either be up tomorrow or the day after, which is going to be another 2 hours of work this evening. And I'm probably going to stream, like I've only been streaming 4 hours because I started 4 hours late, but I'm probably going to stream for another 2-3 hours. So I won't be going to bed until probably around 11 or 12 after working the majority of the day. Basically. Yeah, Axon. Basically. There is a dwarf dancing on the floor tile that I want to remove. Can you not do that? So it's really, really difficult. I mean, streaming is a job, right? But you're also talking to somebody who part of the reason streaming is my job is because I'm legally blind, and almost every low income, no skill requirement job, or like no schooling requirement job, I should be specific. Almost all of those jobs are like they won't hire me. Like I can't work in flagging, which is very common work for kids here, because they wouldn't let me stand in the middle of a road because I'm legally blind, right? They won't let me work in any form of construction because I am in danger myself. I'm not allowed to work in warehouses because I can't be near forklifts, right? So, yes, to be successful, I can't legally drive in Canada, no. Although I do have a tugboat license, but that's a different thing. So I can't work professionally driving a tugboat, but I am legally allowed to drive a tugboat. Anyway, so that's not even related to my chronic pain and chronic fatigue now, right? Like, that's completely unrelated. And I genuinely find that attitude kind of disgusting. The attitude that in order to have the right to live, you have to be able to work as much as the people who overwork themselves the most. Because I did for a really, really, really long time. And the one thing that I regret more than anything in my life is how much I killed myself for 10 years. Because my body literally fell apart. I wish I was lazier. I would have had a better life. Genuinely. And there's no other way to say it. I would have a better life right now if I didn't work as hard 5 years ago. 10 years ago. I'm not allowed to drive in Canada, but I appreciate the enthusiasm sideways. And that's the boss problem, right? It's the CEO problem that was mentioned above. That's not a vehicle that requires a license, so yes. Yes, I can drive a riding mower. What happens when the dwarves don't relax? Same thing. Sort of, yeah. Alright, let's see where this goes. Right down to there. And you right there. Go down into that. I need to expand this corner. Alright, I can still deconstruct it though. Let's go out 2 more tiles on this side. Oops, that's the wrong hotkey. How much do dwarves work? A lot more than humans, but they're also not humans. They also only sleep once every 3 weeks, so you know. Actually, I think it's a little more than that. It's about twice a month they sleep. I am terrified of horses, so my anxiety would never let me drive a horse. Like, I am, you know how some people are like scared shitless of spiders? I'm scared shitless of horses. Not enough maple leaves in the room? Well, that would be like me forgetting that somebody's American because I don't have enough shotguns on the wall and bare heads. So. Do I have to say A at the end of every sentence for you to remember what country I'm from? That only needs 3 hours of sleep daily, so then you shouldn't trust any CEO. Fact. Are you asking me why don't I move to Africa? Because I like living in Canada, a country with free healthcare? What? I'm confused. Horses are a big enough creature that I can't see the entirety of a horse if I'm looking directly at a horse because my eyes are crappy. And any creature that I can't see the entirety of it in one shot in one eye is too big of an animal for me to be near. Oh, I mean, I don't understand why I need, like, the Canadian flag for you to remember that I'm Canadian. Like, what? I think that that's strange to me. That people assume that I'm American because I'm a person from the West who speaks English. I genuinely believe that that is insulting. I'm not insulted, but I do believe that that is insulting. You shouldn't assume what countries are from people are from based on the language that they speak without, like, noticeable signifiers. Saw a video of a horse eating a chicken hatchling? Huh. All right. Huh? What do you mean, cooler? Oh, I should use the metric system more? I mean, I do. It's -2 Celsius outside right now. See, Cooler, when people think that you're American, they just are basically complimenting your English. When people assume that I'm American, they're insulting my heritage. Donkeys nearby roaming free from a local zoo, and a pony literally came over and quickly and sneakily tried to kick your father. Really? Eh. Well, maybe they just don't like your dad. He looks at them funny. It's like a coordinated effort. Cows are amazing because they're kind of like just giant dogs. Like, the easiest way to describe a cow is literally just a massive dog. Oopsies. Built a bridge there instead of capital T. Yeah, it's cold outside. Bitch-ups. This grass, why is this grass crunchy and then it's just chicken screaming? But I don't know. In regards to that kind of rough conversation from a couple minutes ago, I guess I'm not trying to really give you guys any solutions to anything because I don't have them. All I'm really trying to do is explain my perspective so that you think about whatever perspective you have. I'm not trying to change your perspective or say that your perspective is inaccurate or invalid. Purely that here's some talking points to think about. That's about it. And I think that as an influencer, somebody who influences, the most positive influence I can possibly have on people is maybe think about this subject a little bit. Are there Ukrainians seen in the Canada? Canada is the biggest and strongest Ukrainian community. Do I know any Ukrainians? I saw Ukrainians in a concert relatively recently. I saw Ginger. It was a fucking great show. But I don't know anybody with Ukrainian heritage off the top of my head, no. Nobody personally, anyway. But probably. I also don't know or hang out with a lot of people, so. Guess what? 90% of the time you're right. But there's a lot of dogs out and about, so too surprising. Yeah, Ginger's Ukrainian. I mean, you got to remember, Canada's the biggest small country, right? So if there's a really strong Ukrainian community, odds are pretty good I will never run into them because of how big this country is. It's like saying that there's like a strong English-speaking community in Russia. It's like, all right, what part of Russia? Because like, dang, Russia's a big country. There's a lot of it. Like saying there's an English community in Europe. There's probably a lot of it. Yeah, here it's like dogs, cats, owls, squirrel, sometimes an owl, sometimes a lot of crows. I see a lot of crows. But yeah, assuming that all wildlife outside is probably a dog is actually a pretty safe bet, I would say. I hope not. Skewing. I hope not. Yeah, Ginger. Ginger with a J. J and a J. Unfortunately, though, when I saw them, their drummer wasn't playing because he was sick with the big COVID. So they played with his drum track recorded from a previous show because they record all of their shows. So they couldn't do a encore, which kind of sucked. I mean, probably, but like you're also talking to somebody with Irish heritage and German heritage who lives in a area where white people are minority because like the area that I live in has a bigger like East Indian and Sikh community than like European heritage communities. So like I've always joked that it would be smarter for me to learn Korean because there's more Koreans here than French people, even though in Canada the language we have to learn is French. Like it would be smarter for me to learn Korean. But because we're so close to Asia. They really are Devil's Dandruff. They're fucking fantastic. Absolutely phenomenal goddamn band. I showed Ginger to a streamer friend of mine, Picture Point, while we were in a voice call once. And he's just like, do you ever like see somebody who's so hot that it just makes you mad? That's how I feel about Ginger. It's like, do you ever see somebody who's just so attractive it just makes you mad? It's like, damn. Anyway. You see hawks often? You haven't looked in the sky in a while? I don't know what the false thing of that is, Fog. Navy, what up, dude? Those things. How's your Sunday? Hope your weekend's been good. We are building and working on the drainage for my showers. I'm about to turn it back on, actually. Yep. Yep. He is. Devil's Dandruff, she definitely is. I know very little of Simpsons lore. I've seen maybe like I saw the movie that they put out, and I've seen like maybe a dozen episodes. So I'm a little bit lost when it comes to the Simpsons. Maybe one day I'll dive into that and like watch the first 5 seasons or something. But like so I can actually understand all these references. But I know Simpsons through memes. Well it's spelled Ginger. What song should you start with? Who's gonna be the one? Or Pisces? One of the two. Who's gonna be the one is like the first track that I stumbled upon by them though. But Pisces, I think, shows off the ability of the band more than anything. Pisces is their biggest hit, so. Pisces shows off her range the best. Because it's like, she goes from clean vocals to deep screaming to clean vocals to high screaming to clean vocals, like that. And hits all the very high notes. It's kind of incredible. It's also a fun song to prank people with if they're not expecting metal. And then, like, suddenly it'll just be like, yeah, she just kicks in and starts screaming, and everyone's like, whoa! Where'd that come from? Where the heck did my green glass? There they are. Looking for green glass. I mean, they're definitely heavy. So if you don't like heavy music, you won't like them. But I've seen them live twice, and I will go see them whenever they come here. Excessive mandates? You're barely 2 years in, you have a king and 7 barons? King and 7 barons? Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, that is a bit excessive. Well, you could expel them. You could do you could, like, flatten them. But I think there's a way to disable mandates in the background. Personally, I like mandates. Because it gives me weird kind of obligatory and not setting a sheriff. So what's going to happen if you ignore them and you don't set a sheriff is your dwarves will get upset, and not just your sheriff. Like your barons will get upset, and the other dwarves will get upset on their behalf because dwarves like to see mandates met. So you will start to see some unrest over time popping up if you just ignore them. So what I would do is either don't ignore them, or I would assign a sheriff, and at the very least, let the sheriff take out the punishments on them. But yeah, if you ignore them, it will basically cause your fort to collapse in the long term. You could, I think if you hit N, I don't know if you can replace barons because it's been a while. But if you just hit R on them, you may be able to like leave them vacant and remove them. Yeah, if you can, you might be able to just hit R on the barons and then just set leave vacant, which will piss the baron off at the time, but then you won't get the mandates anymore. That is a cool fort, though, that you have, like, a king and 7 barons. That's kind of rad. Like, just from a storytelling perspective, that's awesome. But yeah, can be a lot to manage. Autumn has come. Heads up, Stone, if you're still here. You got the king so early, you didn't embark with obsidian and made walls and stuff, so that's why. Did the king just show up? I mean, your faction might also be dying, too. That's very possible. Well, king by itself, not that bad, Anton. King plus 7 barons, yeah, that's kind of a lot. Also, then you also have a mayor. So it'd be like a king, 7 barons plus a mayor. And they limit what you can sell. Just showed up. Yeah, I mean, you might just have a pretty, like, scrappy faction if that just happened. But, like, you could also just expel them. Like, you can just boot them out of the fort if it's too much. I don't know. Look at it as, like, gameplay goals. A lot nicer. You have 2 necromancers coming into your fort. How worried should you be? Not at all, because necromancers are exactly the same as normal dwarves, except they have weird hobbies. If somebody happens to die in front of them and it scares them, you might have zombies. But zombies are, or having necromancers around actually isn't a bad thing at all. They're totally fine. Unfortunately. Because I like necromancers as big bad evils that show up and attack you sometimes. I like them being kind of like the boogeyman. I enjoy that. I don't really like them just existing as part of forts, but it's the way the game is right now. And Tarn agrees. He's in the process of rebalancing that. A second baby! Hallelujah! Imwish has given birth to a girl. Stint Dad! Anybody want to be the brand new baby girl? Brand new baby girl in the fort. Any takers? Who doesn't currently have a baby in the fort? Disco! Have you had one before? Because Disco got the hand up first on my screen. Lilo was second, but... Inside we're all little girls. I mean... Here. We'll, give you the sequel, then. She is the daughter of Aimush and Mathel. And she's a worshiper of the Spear of Incineration and a casual worshiper of the Spear of Incineration. Also, Lilo, if you would like, I can give you one of the parents of this dwarf. If you'd like. She personally sees no valage? What was that word? She personally sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. Values tranquility and a peaceful day. And sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. She likes horn silver and rose gold, ogate and ibex hoof, alpaca wool and jute paper. The color light blue, 4-sided prisms, maces, chains, and pangolin men for their overlapping scales. And the words of the key of outrage. Chat was singing in the key of outrage earlier. And the sight of the fuchsia velvet, when possible, prefers to consume iguana, rainbow trout, and blueberry wine. Lovely. She is very muscular, and she has a recessed chin. Her nose is hooked, and her hair is straight. Her very short hair is neatly combed, and her somewhat narrow head is somewhat short. Her somewhat narrow ears have small lobes, and her cobalt eyes are somewhat narrow. Her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe. My side question: your medical dwarf is meditating on murder. Is this cause for getting a new doctor? So your medical dwarf worships a god that, it's like saying my surgeon is a Satanist, but they're still a very good surgeon. So just because they happen to practice a religion that's kind of dark doesn't mean the dwarf is necessarily dark. So I don't think it's cause for new doctor. But, I mean, maybe if you're trying to roleplay a fort with religious persecutions and that is a negative thing, then maybe, yeah, replace the doctor. But you're probably fine. Promote that doctor? Probably, in fact. Probably. I mean, like, here, let's see if we got some dark meditating going on. Meditate on war? Meditate on persuasion? Sometimes you get meditating on death or suicide, which is fun, too. I've definitely had dwarves meditating on suicide before. Yeah, just because they worship weird gods doesn't mean they're bad people. Group of Soaring. Oh, also, I don't think I said hi to you, DeBerries, when you popped in, but hi, DeBerries! Got cool. And we're waiting on the slow boys. Oh, there you are. I was like, where? I can see them. Yeah, council's brought a yak, so I have a feeling it's going to be a pretty extensive list. Thanks for the Bitcoin, Lilo Son, and you have a good night. Cheers. Thanks for hanging out. Participating in the random shenanigans of whatever the hell my stream is on most days. Yeah, it has to do with religion. So if you look at the dwarf, let's just select a random dwarf and hit R, it shows you their relationship screen. But alongside of the relationship screen, it'll have their deities. So if they worship deities, you can hit V, and it'll tell you what the deity stands for. So in the case of this deity, Shistek most often takes the form of a skeletal male dwarf and is associated with disease and death. So I will sometimes have dwarves meditating on disease or meditating on death, because they worship this god. And it just means that that's the god that they worship. They just happen to worship a god of death. So they might just happen to worship a god of murder, right? Just because they respect and worship the god of murder doesn't mean they're going to go murder somebody. It just means that they respect and worship the god of murder. Maybe they're praying to the god of murder that they don't get murdered. Pretty sure the Egyptians did that. They pray to certain gods for hopeful certain outcomes, right? Oh, wow. Huh. Council of Men, are you okay? Respect the god of murder, don't follow the god of murder. Yeah, they did bring a fucking donkey. This is factual. Council of Men has a nice ass. It's an ass, I guess. Easy paperwork indeed, yeah. Yeah, easy paperwork. I'm assuming you got it then, Stone. So. The god of murder on a daily basis? What, in real life? I mean, to a degree, yeah. They got cheese? Well, so do you, apparently, Cooler. Ugh. Good God. Where'd that yawn come from? Kind of ambushed me. Holy shit. Creation is also a distraction. This is true. Yeah. It depends on what is. It depends on what this section has to say about them, right? If maybe they're impervious to the effects of stress, they dream of mastering a skill. Maybe they're calm. Maybe they like to. Maybe they're filled with internal rage. Maybe they want to fight. Maybe they are brave in the face of imminent danger. Then yes, you should put them in the military. God doesn't. The God that they worship doesn't necessarily align with their mental outlook on life. $159 old is VimML. 163 is Blue Water. I think my military is like a senior citizens club. 163 is DEFCOM. 117, the young one, LaFonda. What about Nano? 31, another young one. All right, there are some young dwarves. 34 is Zindros. Damn. If there's any ones who just grew up who would enjoy the military. I'm gonna practice a craft. Well, you're doing that right now. You want to practice a martial art. Do you? You're raising a family. Likes to present herself boldly. Bashful. Feels envious of others. Rarely happy or enthusiastic. Slow to anger. Finds obligations confining. Curious and eager to learn. Rigid when she's angry. Yeah, you do fine in the military, I think. We talk a clean sheet, and then we draw on it, and we call it creation. Is distractions probably biological life related? I mean, life is a fascinating subject. More than anything, it's just a fascinating subject. Let's see, how is this coming along? Oh, I should be able to just turn this back on then. Let's test this out. Uh-oh. Need another floor grate. Maybe they'll be able to get it in time. Yeah, no, absolutely, Anton. Words are hard. Especially if you're speaking words from multiple languages. Come on, Zensuke. This grade up here, we need it. We need it stat. Water's just started falling. There we go. Perfect. Got her done. So let's see if the extra drains help. So this is all of the drainage that we have down here now. Goes all the way around. Which I'm hoping will improve the overall stability and speed at which this thing can drain. While still providing the same amount of waterfall. Let's see how Don Caribou was doing. Well, he fell asleep before heading to military practice, so we need to check in with Caribou a few times once they're actually training, but you know, at the end of the day, Chad, this has been an eventful stream. This has been an eventful stream. Thanks everybody for taking part so far. Cheers. Shoutouts to you guys. The channel wouldn't be here if it wasn't for people who watched. So thanks for rambling and dealing with me not knowing how long to wait before banning somebody and all that crap. Just cheers. Gotta sleep soon. Time zones are weird. Yeah. I mean, it is 4:40. I normally end around now, but I've only been live for 4 hours because I started 4 hours late. Sucks. Kind of is what it is. Yeah, that's what you need. Just extra good moods. Any extra good moods, better. Cheers, Bumblebed. Have a good night's sleep. Go sleep, all you. I need to link something. Because the Nature is Fucking Lit subreddit is kind of brilliant. A cat actually just walked up and stopped by. You actually just wanted to stop by and now you're baked and watched for 2 hours, not complaining, but you need to sleep. Have a nice rest of the day. Cheers to it. We'll see when we see it. I don't know if there will be Age of Empires tomorrow. Evil Trick hasn't gotten back to me, so. Besides, he's currently, I think, just restarting his stream anyway, so he needs to do what he's got to do. Problem that I'm running into, though, is I'm kind of ready for dinner almost. Or ready to start thinking about dinner, and it's like not quite dinner time yet. In your top heel? Well, at least you're on top. Do it. I feel like a lot of people have been talking about raid days again recently. Like, I didn't hear the term, it's raid day, for a very, very, very long time. And then the pandemic happened, and now I feel like people are talking about and discussing raid days pretty constantly again. Like, I for a while there, before the pandemic, if you told me that MMOs were going to be gone in 5 years, I probably would have been inclined to believe you. Now I don't know what to feel. I was repentant upon dwelling upon being confined. That is actually kind of an incredible thought to have. Remembering being repentant. That's got to be great for stress. Chat, would you say that you play more multiplayer games after the pandemic happened? Because I definitely would say that I would. Wasn't you hides you're procrastinating and going to sleep? Hell no. I don't know if I would have jumped in to see probably what they've been doing for the past couple decades in Second Life, which is role-playing BDSM. Single player better than multiplayer? I guess. I don't know. I feel like more people are playing MMOs. Although people are more spread across MMOs than they've ever been because of, like, between... Maybe it's just because New World came out and did well, and then also, like, Final Fantasy just put out an expansion, but... You love good, solid RPGs? I mean, I'm still, like... There's a couple members of this chat that really want me to run a Ultima Online server. I'm 1,000% down to do that. We just need to do that. So, Not saying that you need to play an MMO with me or anything, but if you guys want to play some Ultima Online, that might actually happen. Are trying new MMOs considering EA and Blizz drama that's happening? It's not drama, they're getting sued, but yeah, I mean, yeah, there definitely is a lot of fallout from other MMO players, but, and falling into that. Hey! See, this is a dwarf that's good for the military. Giddy remembering performing, and satisfied after learning about miscellaneous object combat, and exhilarated after a sparring session. This dwarf is going to be extremely happy as long as they keep getting these moods. This is a dwarf who's super enthusiastic about this shit. How about Don Caribou? Wonder after learning about wrestling, satisfied upon improving wrestling, and is satisfied upon improving observation, satisfied upon improving conversation, and didn't feel anything due to inebriation. Well, that's weird. It's 8:46. It's so early. I mean, I'm gonna go to bed early tonight, but that's because I drank last night, so. But it's quieted down. Yeah, I mean, New World's stabilized. I wouldn't say it's quieted down. There's... Curious about how many people are playing it right now.
Happy Sundays.
Thank you much for that Prime Gaming subscription for a 7th month, Critty. I don't know why I turned on a lisp there. Checking to get a round of beers for Critty. I mean, like, for reference, the all-time peak of New World was 913,000, right? They're currently at 100,000 people playing with a 145,000 player peak. And if they can hold that steadily, or, like, if they can hold around 100,000, that game is more than healthy. Like, that's 2 months after, two and a bit months after launch now, because they launched beginning of October, right? That's pretty healthy, all things considered. Considering the bugs, it's doing all right. Versus Battlefield. Hold on. Let's talk about a game that's not healthy. Battlefield 2042 launched like a week ago and had 100,000 players at launch and is already down to 25,000. There's more people playing RimWorld right now, I think. Let's actually find out. I don't even... There's almost as many people playing RimWorld as Battlefield. Did you imagine the Dwarf Fortress shenanigans? Well, I mean, RimWorld usually has about 15 to 20,000 people playing at any given time, so it's achievable. It is certainly achievable. I think that we'll probably live in a world at some point where there's always a couple thousand people playing Dwarf Fort. I think that we could definitely get to that world, and that's not like out of the realm of possibility. That's like 100% doable. It's hard going back to RimWorld after learning to play DF. Why? They're very different games. Does RimWorld, like, what stops you from going back to RimWorld? That Factorio multiplayer is solid for streaming. You have to like Factorio, though. I hate Factorio. That game's blech. It looks wonderful, but I do not like conveyor belt factory games. It's just not a genre for me. Like, I tried Factorio, didn't like it. Tried again, didn't like it. Tried Satisfactory, didn't like it. And I played one other one that was less of a factory game, but still a factory game. And every single time I played those games, I just stopped. What, for Dwarf Fortress? Dwarf Fortress is very far away from having any magic system, but... Dwarf Fortress will draw in players purely because of its influence. Like, people will play Dwarf Fortress because... there really is nothing else like Dwarf Fortress. And I think that people will figure out why Dwarf Fortress is cool pretty quickly. For the same reason that they figure out that, you know, Crusader Kings is cool. You know? But Crusader Kings would have a much smaller player base if it was a free game with a significantly less usable UI, right? So if Crusader Kings was free and had no UI and was keyboard driven, it would probably be in a similar space as Dwarf Fortress, where it's like this weird game that some people obsess over and everybody else forgets exists, which is kind of what Dwarf Fortress is. But you make it pretty and you make it playable by an average person and you shove it in people's faces and you make them pay money for it, they're already in with the sunk cost fallacy and they'll learn it, assuming there's lots of good reviews. As long as Dwarf Fortress has very positive reviews, Dwarf Fortress will do just fine. Even better if it has overwhelmingly positive reviews. As long as it has positive reviews, people will buy it, play it, and based on their, like, right now when you go to buy Dwarf Fortress and you go to play Dwarf Fortress, you see this. You don't see people talking about it positively, right? You know? This is scary to people. When you go to buy, let's use Caves of Cud as an example. When you go to buy Caves of Cud, which is an equally intimidating looking game, but you see the double overwhelmingly positive reviews, that's going to sway you in the direction of, there's something here, even if this looks scary, you know? So even if Dwarf Fortress still looks kind of scary, as long as it has good reviews, people will be like, okay, why? You know? And that's, it's amazing what sunk cost fallacy will do to make people learn games. Also, I don't know if Darren is in the chat right now, but congrats on unbananifying your house. Pictures on Discord and off topic. Different games would scratch the same itch for you, colony manager type deal. Even though you're a lot more proficient at RimWorld than Dwarf Fortress, you enjoy the detail and personality of Dwarf Fortress and your dwarves, even if they keep dying. Yeah, I do genuinely believe that the two games can coexist. You ate painting? Yeah, your house looked like a minion beforehand, so good job. Also, thanks for the $1. Yeah, I don't know. It's I believe that a lot of colony management games are different enough mechanically that they can coexist, right? Like, I believe that RimWorld can coexist with Songs of Six, can coexist with Dwarf Fortress, and people can play all of them and be happy and enjoy them for different reasons. But I do also think that I take way more time to learn these games than most people, and there's probably a very large portion of people that could be completely satisfied and get all of their management game needs out of even something like Odd Realm. Not to talk shit about Odd Realm, I think Odd Realm is phenomenal, but Odd Realm is very light mechanically compared to a lot of games. It is not even remotely. It's not as deep as Dwarf Fortress. It's not as deep as RimWorld. It's a very light game, but it's a fun game, and because it's got Z levels, it allows for a lot of creativity that I think a lot of management games or colony management games kind of miss out on, which I think is kind of a shame, because it's not wasted potential yet, but like it's just like because the game isn't finished, right? The game's still in active development and will be for some time. So in my opinion, I guess it depends on how much time you put into the genre and how many of the games you played, whether or not they can coexist. For me, they certainly can because I play games full time. So slight mechanical variations is more than enough for me to be like, oh, this is interesting. Like King Under the Mountain. King Under the Mountain is not going to need to exist for a lot of people. It's not. That game is pretty good, and I think that game has a future, but for a lot of people, it'll just be watered down DF, or it'll be like finicky RimWorld at its worst. But I think that game's great. Like, that game's real neat. I'm worried that it's not going to sell enough, but I do think that game is real neat. My perspective, I am aware that my perspective is kind of skewed because I play video games for a living. If I didn't play if I didn't make a living playing video games, my perspective would be a lot more even, most likely. I was gonna say, my diplomat hasn't spoken with my... Uh-oh, we got some flooding. None down there, though. Maybe we need to work on the top a little bit. Slow down the flow. Is using and dropping on request some graphics somewhere, is that big of a deal? I think DF would be changed if removing the requested tile set probably would be enough. Do you know something on it? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean exactly? Do you think that, are you asking me if I think that changing out the tile set makes Dwarf Fortress more approachable? Is that what you're asking? Because absolutely. But like, I mean, it's getting a full UI rework for Steam, so like this is what DF's gonna look like in a couple of years. Like when people think of Dwarf Fortress, this is gonna be what pops into people's brains. This is what the masses are gonna think of. I don't know why the resolution is weird on that screenshot, but like this is what people are gonna see. This. People are gonna think about this.
Okay, so
more than anything.
them as your broker.
Shoutouts to Tarn. But like, it needs to get there first, and that's gonna still take some time. Hopefully, sometime next year. Obviously, not gonna happen this year. Chat, can I get a couple beers for Darren finishing painting the house and cheering $1? Who's this Tarn guy? Good question. I don't know. I don't know. He's a fan of the show, I think. He's been on the stream a couple times. Don Caribou's become a spear Dwarf. You're gonna call it? Alrighty, Fog. You have a good night. We will see you when we see you. Today is like kind of a weird off-hours stream anyway. Like, I mean, I would have been streaming for 8 hours as of now. If I started at normal time, but I've been streaming for 4.5, so. Chat, if you have pictures of a pet of yours, could you please post cute pictures of your pet in pet pics requested by Axon, because Axon wants to see cute animals. Also, Axon, not to like send you in places that are nefarious, but I have a really, 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 really good subreddit for you. Yes, absolutely. The house flies you vacuumed up count. Speaking of, I think I've finally won the fight against the fruit flies. Yep, it kind of is. It kind of is like trees versus marijuana enthusiasts. It's pretty good. That subreddit is wonderful. Also, the top post on there is kind of amazing, by the way. It's a person sitting on the toilet with the cat climbing up her pant leg. It's really funny. Kind of an amazing post, actually. Delighted being near a waterfall. That's such a good mood to get. Although I love subreddits that you can look like and then scream, "It's not what it looks like!" Those are my favorite subreddits. It's not what it looks like once. Sure, what's your idea? Mind? Unless it's make heated baths, which don't actually work mechanically. Because then I'll probably just say politely no. Yep. 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 It's not what it looks like. Absolutely, Exxon. Not what it looks like. But slash r tight pussy is just really funny to link to people because they look at it and they're like, and you're like, I swear it's cats. It's bundled up kitties, I swear. It's literally just cats. Do what you gotta do, Anton. How many years it's been up? I kind of have that. I have this. This is, I make a room with a statue of every mayor. Which I don't actually have one of the most recent one. I think I made one. I don't know if I replaced it. But I make a statue for every mayor and every outpost liaison. And like I'm realizing I need to, well, Nil Conjure Rough needs one. The problem is I forget. And then like a decade after the last person died, I go and I build all the statues because I forget. What I should really do is I should do them while they're alive. Because that would actually be smart, but that person. Let's let them dig that out. But currently we are locked in the tavern, so they'll get to that after we're released from the tavern. Quality typer here. I'm glad we noticed, or I'm glad that you noticed rather. I think that your typing is pretty quality. I'm very worried that water's gonna freeze and kill somebody on impact. Let's see how the drain is doing. 7? Okay, so it shouldn't actually be overflowing much. It shouldn't overflow at all, actually. Could also build another drain over on this side. Not a bad little crowd we got in the Dwarfs fort right now. Not a bad little crowd. I'm very happy that we got 2 new babies in the fort today, too. It's great. If you can tell the shape, I mean, feel free. That's what Exxon requested, was pictures of pets. What you really want to do for some reason? What do you really want to do for some reason, Stone? I get that feeling every now and again. It's like, you know what I really want to do? What I really, really want? I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. I want more sleep. Go streaking? God fucking right. Make a story where it's revealed that the person behind the situation is named Kev. It's oddly specific. Maybe you already did. It's safe. I swear. Maybe. I swear it's safe. Come on, you know me. I wouldn't post anything not actually, like, dirty in my chat. Cat posted. Kitty picture? Looking for kitty pictures. Aww. That's a cute little black cat. With the cute little paws. Or an adorable little kitty. You seem to have a void on your bed. It's like a void, just a black hole has just like spawned in Cooler's bed and he's just like trying to walk around it. It's a void with paws. Exxon. Kev is such an unassuming name. I mean, when I think of Kev, I think of Kevtris, who's a pretty famous programmer in the game space for reverse engineering console cores. So it's a pretty unassuming name, but it's also a name that like means things to me, I guess. What about a glow-in-the-dark cat? Ugh. Let's make a cat that glows. I'm sure we could breed that. We have the science, most likely. We do indeed have the science. All names mean different things to different people. This is true, yeah. This is definitely true. So it's definitely possible. How long did those mice live, though? Just because we can do something to a mouse doesn't mean the mouse doesn't die in 72 hours. Like, there's a lot of things that they do to mice. Like, they figured out with mice that that people can breathe through their butt by literally serrating their assholes and then injecting liquid oxygen into them. So, they definitely didn't drown, but they died shortly thereafter. Although one of my favorite science experiments that I read about recently involved giving ketamine to mice to like try and rewire their brains, and it's like, all right, I mean, I'm for this. Like, if you're gonna torture the mouse, at least give them hard drugs first. At least make them happy, you know. I just all I have to say is that before they torture mice, they should give them weed first. I'm learning so much during this stream. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the article. Japanese scientists have discovered that some mammals can breathe through their anus, opening their door into a new type of treatment for human patients with respiratory conditions. Let me give you a link to that article if you want to read it. Shout out to Japan for figuring out that you can make pigs breathe through their butt. Doing the work that we all should be doing. It just kind of goes to show that, like, if it exists, somebody's tried it, I guess. You know? Where they tried to kill goats by staring at them really hard. The CIA has also done a lot of really questionable things, so I'm not sure they are the prime example of practical use cases for weird science that we've tried. But also does help with the theory of if humans can think of it, somebody's tried it. They also gave drugs to children, so you know. CIA maybe not somebody you should trust with your as your babysitter. I'll put it that way. You felt wonder remembering communing with your god. How's Bastet doing? Content near a waterfall, annoyed in the rain. Baby Bastet is happy in a waterfall. Content near a waterfall. Fondness when making a friend. Felt love when speaking with lover. You have a lover? Ooh, Kikrost and Wraith are lovers. Look at that. Maybe they'll get married. That's interesting. I love that we're like looking at the life expectancy of a glow-in-the-dark mouse. How high quality of life that is. Now, is that outside in the wild or is that in a lab? How's Stone? How is Stone? Stone's a planter. Stone is 17. He is blissful after sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. Feels wonder after communing with the god of disease and death. Self-pity after being unable to wander for too long. And wants to practice martial art. I could put you in the military if you'd like. Which maybe we will. We'll give you some physical exercise. Somebody dropped cheese on the ground over there. In a lab? Yeah, okay. I don't. Yeah, I would question the What level of that quality of life is. Did I owe you those sound commands? Mind? I don't recall needing to. If I missed something, let me know. You don't know? Then I probably don't. They're tier 2s and patrons things. But, yeah. And then cooler, because it's like a benefit for him doing the art for me. Ooh, bunch more cat pictures. Including a cat video. I really like that, I'm a big fan of this one. That's a good one. It's the, what are you doing with that thing and stop pointing it at me? Picture. Wonder if the undersides of their eyelids glow when they try and sleep. That's a distressing thought. Is your cat's name Binks? Is that short for Binksky? Because that would be a great cat name. Like Banksy, but cat. Binksky. Binksky long paws or something. I actually have a fondness for people who give cats ridiculously long names. Or like just give their pets ridiculously long names. It's like Sergeant Barksky McStomething the Third Esquire. That would be really funny if you named your cat Jar Jar. Like that's of all the pets you could. Rudolph von Applesauce Esquire the Third, 75th of his name. He's the 75th third, naturally. And Blue Space Weeb withdraws from society. Well, I mean, we all knew that was coming. Not calling out Blue Space Weeb or anything, but we have a strange mood. I used to know a dog named Murphy. He was a friend of mine's Newfie. Very, very, very big dog. He was a small bear, but his full name was Sir Murphy von Woofface the Biggins. Because they called him the Big Woof Face when he was a puppy. Blue Space Weave has claimed a craft store shop. Starts grabbing boulders. Has an MBE, which is lower than a knighthood, but still gnarly. Really? I don't even. What's MBE stand for? Oh, also, this was posted on the Discord, but I want to mention it. Rest in peace, Apitor, if he actually died this time. It seems like he may have actually died this time, which is sad. But it also sounds like he died doing what he liked. So what, that Ed Sheeran is famous, Stone? Or that Apitor died? Allegedly, yeah. Peter, allegedly. Which is ironic because his last video uploaded was, I'm not dead, I'm 57 today. Although there was one other time where he died because a rumor site spread the rumor that he was dead after a video that he put up. And then he dispelled that, saying it wasn't true. Then there was a second time where there was a rumor that he died because he'd been in hospital for like 6 weeks or something. Then he posted a video from the hospital going, nope, not dead. So, but this time it was his partner that posted that he's dead. And not some random rumor site, so it kind of seems like Apitor's dead. So rest in peace, Apitor. Drink some alcohol and say skull really loudly for him. And jump in a frozen lake. Not while drunk, though. Finally, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. It's just rubbish. I mean, do they get tax deductions for being a sir? Or is it literally just a title? Like, what do you actually get for being a sir? For being knighted? Do you get like? Is it like a money thing? Like, do you get paid to be a sir, or is it literally just like you get a title now and they put it on your driver's license? Good for you. Pat on the back. Like, what actually do you get for being a knight? It's like, do they give you a sword? Because that would be awesome. You like small documentaries about crazy but amazing people throughout history. For instance, a Finnish soldier got high on meth during the Second World War, and the guy who tried to build a reactor but radiated his hometown and so on. I mean, I'm sure lots of Finnish soldiers were high on meth during the World Wars. Get invited to parties? Yeah, is it just like a VIP access thing? Like, is it just like, oh, we'll invite this guy because we're in town and he's a knight? It's like, is that all that is? Ooh. That is indeed a kitten pile. Holy shit. Oh, look at those faces. Holy crap. I'm not really somebody to respond like that to cats, but like, look at those fucking faces. Look at that one. He's so cute. Also, pussy box. That is adorable. Little nose is dirty. You know, it's because he's been sticking his nose in the cookie jar. Obviously, Axon. Leather bags in need of cats. Yeah, right? Just means you can put sir or dame instead of Mr. or Mrs. Huh. So it's like they don't get like tax cuts or anything? Why the fuck would anybody want to be a knight? Like, what's the benefit? I don't know. I kind of just assumed that people who were knighted got better, like, got to pay less taxes. Are you asking if you can link things? Just link things. There is no link rules in the chat. Farewell, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I don't like this mayor. He's very inefficient. Soldier ODs on meth and has crazy adventure. Huh. All right. There is a documentaries section on the Discord if you want to toss it in there. Or ask somebody else to if you don't want to. Probably my favorite new room in the Discord is that room. And there we go. So I'm trying to decide, chat. Do we make today just a very short stream and do a full-length stream tomorrow? Or do I stream late tonight, not finish a video tonight, and then do kind of a shorter stream tomorrow so I can edit in the evening? Because I'm kind of thinking about just calling it in about 10 minutes here, kind of after this dwarf finishes this artifact. And then doing a normal stream tomorrow. Because I have a Future of the Fortress video I need to finish. British Empire appearance and privileges. I mean, I'm sure that there's definitely a... I'm sure that there, that is the most European name I've seen in a while. The Lady Higgins. Basically nothing. Well, I mean, good to know. Like you get a medal, probably. Like you get a plaque, hang it on your fireplace. Congrats, you're a knight. Call it. We're leaning call it. All right, that's probably what we'll do. I might be on Discord a little later playing some Halo, but I do have to. I do have to finish that video because the community need the future of the fortress. I appreciate your cat additions. I don't know if you were present during it, but Kitten Pile's adorable. Yeah, so I think probably what I'll do, chat, is we'll let this child finish this artifact, and then we'll raid somebody, and I will take the rest of the day as a chance to finish editing the future of the fortress video. I just need to. I have like 8 questions I need to record audio for, and then I gotta edit the whole thing. So it's about half done. I can finish it tonight in about an hour and a half, 2 hours probably. So I think I'm gonna call it pretty soon here. I'll get dinner and then edit that video and have it up in the morning. But and then tomorrow you'll get a normal stream. Although I will say, like, my YouTube channel's been doing ridiculously well recently. So if you watch the YouTube videos that I upload, thank you. And if you comment on the videos I upload, thank you. Because YouTube doesn't like long videos. The algorithm doesn't like long videos. But some of those videos do pretty well. And I'm very, very thankful for that. Like, I put up my second time playing Shadows of the Forbidden Gods this morning. It's got 500 views. That is a game that I don't think 500 people have bought. So, when will the video be up? Future of the Fortress? If I finish it tonight, it'll probably go up at 7 a.m. tomorrow. 6:30 or 7. It's usually when I put them up. Normally the VODs go up at 4:30 in the morning. Because that's when they seem to do the best. When they go up at about 4:30 in the morning. They usually get 200 views over the span of a whole day. There's one Canadian on that list. I saw that Canadian, yeah, when I skimmed through it. But yeah, not bad for an off-hour stream. I'll be honest, I was very much expecting there to be like 40 people watching, but we had a pretty good crowd at one point. We went up to about 70 for a bit. And how did I figure that out? Trial and error. Uploading infrequently and looking at what time people watch your videos. There's a stat in the back end of YouTube that says what time people click on your videos. So you want to go about an hour before that time. I get the most clicks at about 5 in the morning. On a new video, I get the most clicks at about 5 in the morning. So. From people who wake up early in Eastern states, generally. And Eastern Canada. And Europe. So. But the news videos, I upload them at 9 a.m., even if I have them in advance. And the reason I do that is because that's when the KitFox news goes live. So KitFox puts out their news later at 9 a.m. They put it out at lunchtime for them. Or just after lunch. And they spend the morning writing it, and then they put it up for lunchtime. And so for me, I post the news videos when I get that. So I try and get them up as soon as possible after they post those. But yeah, my YouTube channel is doing really well because of that drama video. Like the fact that I got to make a drama video about Dwarf Fortress, and so that's made news video the one news video that I did after that do abnormally well. I also put up a Tarn Talks, plus I had the interview with Tarn, which admittedly, like, those don't do as well as the first two I uploaded. The first two I uploaded got 30,000 and 60,000 views respectively. Now they tend to do about 15,000, which is fine. Like that's a good number, but I do them frequently enough that I think they're kind of a known quantity to people and they're less exciting than they were. I have a feeling if I put up one around release, talking about the release, that'll do really well. But, you know, currently it's just kind of, that's the size of the Dwarf Fortress community, which I think is fascinating. You know, like I put up those videos and they do as well as Krug Smash's uploads too, which is neat. So I'm just happy that like I can help the community with that sort of stuff, even if it's reading a forum post poorly. World's smallest nuclear reactor is the size of 2 grains of rice? What? That's whack. I believe you, but that's whack. You have a decent size. This is such a strange sentence to read. You have a decent sized Simpsons Wave based subscriber count, but no one watches whatever you post because you don't make Simpsons Wave videos. Rip. What? I can guess what Simpsons Wave is, but like I don't even know. I feel like I just tripped acid reading that sentence. I have a decent sized Simpsons Wave based subscriber count, but no one watches whatever I post because I don't make Simpsons Wave videos. Okay. It's two posts above what you said. Yes, that's English. I mean, like someone subscribed, so I can see popular people who subscribe to me because YouTube like surfaces that number. And I got this random subscription from somebody with like 100,000 subs who I didn't recognize. I was like, who the fuck is this? And I clicked on them and they uploaded the entirety of a, like, judging by the screen quality 70s Korean sitcom. Live action Korean sitcom. And every episode of this thing has like 200,000 views. And they uploaded like 8 seasons of it, and they did it in like 2009. So it's just a YouTube channel with like the entirety of this Korean sitcom. And they have like 100,000 subs. And I looked at that, and I was like, what the fuck? Although one of the weirdest people that randomly subbed to me was this YouTube name that I recognized, and I looked at it, I was like, oh my god, this person made Halo meme videos in like 2007. Oh my god, I've watched half of these videos. Oh, it's this channel. It's like I've literally seen most of those videos. Like all of those like videos from like 16 years ago, I've seen. It was so weird when that account subscribed to me. It's like, what the? Oh my god, I know this person. In fact, I think I watched their videos when they were new. What the hell? What a time to be alive. Nope. I've never heard of Simpsons Wave before, and I probably never will see it. Unless somebody forcibly sends it to me. We'll see it. I mean, I'm familiar with, like, certain other waves, so I can intuit what Simpsons Wave probably is. It's like all those YouTube poop channels that no longer make YouTube poops that try and make other things and nobody watches them. It's really hard transitioning from a meme channel to a channel. Sometimes people pull it off, but Simpsons themed shitty vaporwave, I kind of assumed. I don't particularly enjoy vaporwave, which is a little weird for me, I guess, because of all the weird music I like, but one of the few things where I'm like, it's not for me. All right, so the child has finally begun a mysterious construction with silver bars, rough almond dyes, pink tourmalines, hemp cloth, black bronze, cow leather, dingo leather, obsidian, and granite. Best of luck, child. Make something cool. Uh-oh. Oh my Christ. That is a lot of ice. Yeah, we might need to turn this thing off in the fall. That was what I was worried about. I'm very scared that that's going to collapse now. Yeah, that's quite the overfreeze. I'm scared it's gonna crash through now. We may have to evacuate the tavern. First of spring. We might have to evacuate the tavern. That or so one of two things is going to happen. Either it's going to collapse and punch holes in the floor when it thaws, or it's just gonna turn into water and like nothing ever happened. So either it'll be totally fine, or it's gonna put holes in the floor, which could kill people. I need to make sure that's okay. Just have to remember to shut it off every fall. Only leave it on in the summer. Seems like it. But yeah, no, I mean, up at the top of the channel, subscribe to me, though, is Krug Smash, and I'm very honored by that. Krug Smash and an old friend of mine, Silver Red, actually, who's still subbed to me. So shoutouts to Silver Red, being a cool dude. All right. Blue Space Weeb, the Dwarven Child, has created Yudist Metos, a granite ring, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor. Do it!